Greetings, family. When I tell you I got so much to talk to y'all about today, child, I do not even know where to start. I know it's been some time. I know that I haven't checked my emails, so I know I probably got ugly emails waiting for me. But I'm going to tell you, I needed that week off, and I didn't do nothing but lay up in here and sleep and try to get stuff done and sleep and try to get a little bit done and sleep and try to get a little bit done and sleep. That's all I did for a whole last week. So I am throwing myself on the blade and begging y'all for y'all forgiveness and y'all understanding and y'all empathy, because y'all know, the majority of y'all that be up on here with me know that if we do not take care of us, ain't nobody stepping in to care for us. You feel me? And it was that kind of week. So I have a lot of begging forgiveness to do over the next few days. I have a lot of please, try to understand my absence. It had gotten to the point where my overwhelm was so deep. I was I haven't checked my email in over a week. I was literally avoiding my email like the plague. So I am fearful about what I'm about to roll up on checking my email tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day, after I finish my very last jewelry order and send that out. Tomorrow is the day that I have made up my mind that I have to face my email. I have to face my snail mail. I have to face my life, child, but I couldn't face my life last week. I'll be honest. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation. I could not face my life last week. As a matter of fact, I was done facing my fucking life last week. I was like, fuck it. I'm not trying to be optimistic. I'm not trying to be happy go lucky. I'm not trying to be cute and go dancing nowhere. I'm not trying to do nothing but sulk and lay in my bed and drink alcohol and fucking sleep. And that's all I did between forcing myself to fill jewelry orders and try, to navigate what I knew was going to be a very intense transitional period. We thank you, Balance, for the donation, darling. I love the emojis. I love emojis. Last week was deep, y'all, and I don't know if it was as deep for y'all as it was for me, but it was deep. And even as initially I really did try to fight myself. I really did try to push myself and fight myself through what I was experiencing. But maybe a day or two in, I was like, I'm not going to fight myself. It must be something that I need, because what I'm plotting and scheming is really stupid. Y'all, I'm not going to lie. It's really stupid. It's really fucking stupid. And when I say stupid, I mean it is so big and it's so magnanimous and it's so potentially game changing that it's stupid. It's dumb what I'm plotting. It's dumb. And even in recognizing its stupidity and the gargantuan nature of its bigness, I have not once attempted to talk myself out of it. Not once. Even as I was sitting up in here subdued last week, I have not once attempted to talk myself out of its bigness. I haven't talked myself out of it. Not yet. It's the only thing that's had me very like hype and like certain and not the least bit scared, which is also dumb. I don't want to be, because I know it is a potential, right? Of this period. I know that it is one of the things that um, many astrologers have been warning against, or warning to be mindful of, is that because Neptune, all of these outer planets are in either air or fire signs, but especially Neptune, that there is the potential to be unrealistically optimistic. That I've been hearing a lot, is that we have to be very mindful. You have to be very careful that we want to be, optimistic, but not, quote, unrealistically optimistic, right? Like I've been hearing that a lot, that Neptune has the ability to like Neptune in an air sign. In a fire sign, excuse me. Neptune is in Aries, right? That it has the potential of magnetizing or magnifying by a lot our dream life, like magnifying. And what I mean by dream life, I mean like our daydreams, the things that we fantasize about in terms of our own lives, the things that we dream for our own lives. But Neptune being in an air sign can potentially make us unrealistically ambitious, or like unrealistically optimistic. I have heard several astrologers say that Neptune in a fire sign can give way to or give rise to the formation of new cults, or give rise to a new swell of serial killers. You feel me? So like that kind of click, that kind of check out shit, right? And so being mindful of that, being mindful that this is at least a modern articulation of the both negative and positive potentialities of these five outer planets that have moved into either air or fire signs for the first time. And thank you, Kens, for the donation. Thank you, Shanta J, for the donations. For some reason, my whatever. Anyway, ciao. So anyway, maybe I should uh do this until it dies. But I came in the gate swinging this way because what I am planning, man, and I might let me log on to my my IG, y'all. Yeah, I know I just came in here swinging, no introduction and none of that, but child, even up until the minute that I logged on, I was watching this video. It was a as a matter of fact, let me see what it was. It was called, let me see. It is a video that I would encourage y'all to watch, because we might have to have a whole ass a whole ass like political education about the shit. I just started watching it. It's like 2.5 hours long, but I'm gonna watch it. It's called Laverne Cox Dated a MAGA Cop. Let's talk about it. Ole and Friends. So that's the name. That's the podcaster's name. That's the YouTube content creator's name, or that's the name of her show, is Ole and Friends. And the title is Laverne Cox Dated a MAGA Cop. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna watch it. Thank you for the donation, Fire. I'm gonna watch it. Already out the gate, I've heard so many debates. I've heard so many trans people, in particular people from the LGBTQIA community, who have been talking about this revelation that had occurred with Laverne Cox. And in all the hours, it's my critique for everybody. It is not a criticism that is meant to cause despair or disruption or anything like that. But my critique remains the same. Sitting here watching a panel of 6 human fucking beings, and every single one just conveniently missed the goddamn boat. Everyone conveniently missed the boat. Oh my God. I ain't even 20. Let's see. I'm 30 minutes into the shit. And I'm like, this is deep. This is as deep as the conclusion that y'all gonna fucking come to about the myriad of contradictions for this thing that came out about Laverne Cox. This is as deep as y'all gonna go. Child, as deep as a goddamn puddle. As deep as a puddle. As deep as a puddle. And what be happening even as I'm listening to these women talk, the majority of the women, I don't know if all of them, because most people didn't specify, but the majority of the women sitting on this panel are trans. And the discussion that these women were having about the complexities and what she call it, the context needed to justify dating for 3 years a two-time Trump voting professed MAGA goddamn blonde hair, blue-eyed Aryan pig cop. But you need context to understand the why. I don't need no fucking context. Single one of these women. That's why this shit, man. That's why this thing. Black women, black female women. Let me specify that way. Black female women be tiptoeing, be tiptoeing, be real timid about having honest conversations with black trans women in particular. People be acting real fragile and timid and shit about having honest goddamn conversations about black trans women with black trans women. We've seen it so much over the last year. First of all, it happens as a consequence of people, again, especially millennials, Gen Z, what's the one, Gen Alpha, and on. These young people, I saw even before I came out to California, when I was a hardcore socialist black nationalist. In those spaces, in hardcore socialist revolutionary black nationalist spaces, I kept saying the same thing. Oh my God, what I am seeing, what I am experiencing, what I am witnessing is a failure to pass the gauntlet. It is a failure to adequately train, teach young people, a new generation, to have the equipment, to have an adequate handle on the history that allows to pick up where we left off and not start from square one, ill-informed as they are. This is not just with the LGBTQIA plus community. This is with every generation of young people. Every single one, every single race, gender, every single class. And this is what our opposition relies on. It relies on. So I'm sitting here listening to young, articulate, to the degree that they can be, well-informed young people coming to so many abhorrently wrong conclusions on how to assess this phenomena that was not just expressed by Laverne Cox. She was not the only one on this platform expressing extraordinarily problematic ideas and conclusions about how this could happen. And Laverne Cox is 52 years old. There was only one trans person up on there that was like, look, we got to talk about the age thing, because I think that I'm the only one close to Laverne Cox's age that can, relate in a way where age is important, especially as a trans person, blah, 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 blah. And, living in a world that tells us perpetually that we are unlovable and that we don't deserve love and this and that and this and that. And so I'm not talking about excuses. I want to be clear. I want to be clear. So much of what these young people were expressing were expressing, even in their opposition to this thing that happened with Laverne Cox, genuinely empathizing with her, because what she started out with was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, this has been my experience. You know what I'm saying? I'm a person of a certain age, and I was like really internalizing my age, and and as a trans woman, we don't get love and we don't deserve love and this and this and this and this. And somebody showed me all this respect and this care and this and that and this and that. And it was the first time I felt fully seen. I relate to all of that, child. And I don't know too many Black women who don't. So even to make the distinction that this is something peculiar to Black trans women is problematic, because that's the way it came off with every Black trans woman on this panel. Like, boo. One thing that I am going to continue to say, because I love human beings. You feel me? I love us, all us. You understand what I'm saying? And I mean what I say. I also love the potential that I see in us. I see that we have the ability to be better, all of us. And trans people are not excluded from that. I know there's a bunch of my old school, old head who I still love and cherish. Hardcore black nationalists that's gonna be like, this is where we draw the line. And boo, I'm gonna try to tell y'all something that y'all ain't gonna want to hear. This world that we trying to create, you feel me? I don't know what y'all think it is we trying to build. Because some of y'all really believe that the world that we trying to build is going to be this immediate thing that's going to happen, and it's going to be some kumbaya shit, and can't we all just get along type of shit. And that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. We have to be okay with the fact. I ain't even gonna get that deep because it wasn't on my agenda to discuss. But watching this video with these young trans people trying to and you know, the one thing I will say, because I'll be honest, I've never been, quote, a fan of Laverne Cox. And the reason that I am not a fan, I told y'all the other night. I get why we do it. I get why we do it. I have done it. You feel me? When I was young, when I was very, very young. I get why we do it. But I don't, the thing that I cannot stand, it like I still give people grace because they lived experience is they lived experience. You feel me? It ain't my place to challenge their lived experience, and how their lived experience informs them of how to conduct themselves out in the world. But I also know that the world that we live in, that world that we all exist in, the world that imposes itself on all of us, and sets these standards of morality and respectability and all of these standards that we have to concede to and conform to and all of that shit. The thing, especially at my age, I think that's what's so great. I think that's what's so great about being this age, baby. About me being getting ready, getting full on ready to kick the doors in on fucking 50, bitch. I can safely say, bitch, I'm a half a century old. And being half a century old, it teaches you some things. One, it teaches you, it teaches you if you let me specify, it should teach you by the time your ass is 50 the fuck years old. You should have learned how to be audaciously, unapologetically, in your fucking face, honest, courageously honest, boldaciously honest. I don't give a fuck honest, like all the honest. Because if you ain't worked that shit out, bitch, in 50 years, you ain't working it out. You ain't doing the work. So it ain't no way you can work it out. At 50 years old, if you have not gotten grossly comfortable with all yourself, it ain't happening. I don't know. I don't. Without a great grand intercession on your behalf, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. You feel me? And so when I tell you, I don't flinch. I walked around today in my new shirt. This is my first time wearing the shirt, so I got an attitude because the shirt is peeling. So I'm gonna have to try to doctor it. But this us, this us, this us, this us. You feel me? This everybody else. This everybody else. They're gonna have to learn from us. They're gonna have to observe us. They're gonna have to yield. They're gonna have to goddamn comply. You feel me? We the Lucifer, we the Satan, we the big bad guy. We the one. We the one. We the one. You feel me? And if your proximity to us, black and trans, if your proximity to us is not yielding to, uh, making peace with, covering, surrounding the big bad guy, because we the big bad guy. Everything wrong with your life, black trans women. Everything wrong with your life. Everything I hear you expressing about the ails of your existence is because of your proximity to us. It's because of your proximity to us. I will forever say it. I will unapologetically say it. And the more you attempt to set yourself apart from us. Set yourself as some kind of peculiar expression of oppression from your mama, from your Black uterus possessing mama, who endured so much more than you could ever imagine. You will never resolve what the ills of your problems are. I'm not talking about those uterus possessing women who be out here out the side of their mouth with that patriarchal bullshitting ass bullshit, vomiting out of their mouths in their hatred because they see somehow trans women as competing with them for men. That ain't no shit I'm on. That ain't no shit I'm on. That ain't no shit I'm on. I'm gonna tell you why I'm not on that shit. This wasn't what I was gonna discuss, but since I was watching this shit right the fuck up before I got up on here, let me just say, I have to be clear because I imagine, and I want y'all. I've been trying for some time to prep y'all for what is to come. Okay, I think I have been doing a relatively decent job, but I'm trying to tell you this is not separate from the dumbass shit that I said I'm about to be up on. From the stupid ass shit I am about to embark upon, because I can already see it, baby. That's part of the thing. I think this little period that I had been going through this last week, I needed this rest, because what I am about to do is dumb. And I needed the rest. I needed the reflection. I needed the time to assess and prepare for what is most assuredly to come. I can already hear. I can already hear everything that is going to be said. Is Tasha Lee up on here? Tasha Lee sent me some shit this morning. I said, oh shit, this about to be me. Like, listen. She sent me several things today. I was like, damn, this is a part of the lesson that I'm supposed to be learning this week? Is preparation. Is making sure that my skin is thick enough to endure what is the fuck to come. Because I can already see it. I can already see it. We think, Black women, we think the world hates us. We don't know what hate is yet. We don't know what hate is yet. And I'm saying we better welcome it, because the more the hatred exposes itself, the more people come to the forefront to express their hatred of us, the more laid bare this wicked bitch is. We have to welcome it. We have to welcome it. And we have to be prepared to welcome it and not be moving from. Let me make sure I'm showing y'all my goddamn shirt, because I meant what I said. Okay? We have to be sure. We have to be well prepared. We have to be well studied and well learned, so that we are not in a situation where we are chronically making or taking or responding in a reactionary way to the hate that is coming. Not only just coming, because it's already been here, it's always been here, the hate that will intensify. Because I'm going to tell you, what am I always talking to y'all about? Hold on, let me pull out one of my charts. Let me pull out one of my graphs. You feel me? Let me pull out one of my graphs. Because you remember in the book when I was talking to y'all about the yin and the yang, right? And the yin is all things yin. It's the mother, it's the female, it's the flesh, it's the blood, it's the trees, it's all things of substance and nurturing and creation and this and this and this and this. And the yang is all of those things that are big and boisterous and like intangible, but you still know that those things are real. It's the fire, it's the chi, it's the yang, it's the sun. The sun looks like something you can touch, but what is it? It's an illusion. The sun is just a giant ball of gas. You can literally fly right through it. It's intangible, but it doesn't mean that its energy, even though it is intangible, is not destructive. Okay. And remember when it was the book that I was reading from y'all that was talking about the multiplicity, the multi-dynamic ways that the yin and yang interact with one another. Remember, one of the things that it says that in a relationship, like in a marital relationship, for example, it says that the husband can only be aggressive if the mother or the wife becomes passive. That's what the language was. It wasn't that the husband is aggressive and the wife is passive. It says that the husband can only become aggressive if the wife is passive. You hear what I'm saying? What does this mean for what I'm talking to y'all about? Huh? Because here we have utmost yang. This is high noon in the desert. This is high noon in the desert. No yin present. No yin present. Politically, this is the world we live in. This is the world we live in. We live politically in the age of utmost yang, and the dominant religion on earth is an actual manifestation of this energy, right? The positive, if you will, right? It is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. They are white because utmost yang is white. It is brilliant white. It is blinding white. It is the kind of blinding white that if your ass was in the desert at high noon, you would not be able to see, because the sand is white and the sky is white and the sun is white and everything is destructive. If the husband, if you will, in this relationship has become so aggressive that it is threatening to destroy everything, right? And this energy, utmost yang, is the Christ. This energy is the Christ. This energy is the Christ. And if this energy is the Christ, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, where the feminine has completely been successfully removed from this relationship, then it means that the utmost yin, which is midnight on a black moon, all dark, midnight on a black moon, this is the Antichrist that everybody is talking about. This is the antithesis, because what am I telling you in yin yang principle, in 5 elements theory, and 8 principles, is that this is a singular entity that has been forceful. Child, just like what's that diabolical monster? What's his name? Oppenheimer, who created the atomic bomb. How did he do that? How did he create the atomic bomb? This is a singular entity with multiple personifications. This is singular. But how did he create the atomic bomb? He took this singular whole and split it. That's what he did. He took this singular whole and he split it. What was the quote that he said when he finally figured out how to do it? He said, "In this moment, I have become," what did he say? Somebody tell me what that monstrous quote was. He said, "In this moment, I have become," ooh, somebody look up that famous quote by Oppenheimer, where the moment that he successfully, this trash ass shit. Ugh. This shit is deliberate. It's like every last one of my freaking everything. My computer, my freaking phone, all of my technology is all the time. Everything just conveniently just fuck the fuck up. Shit is dumb. Anyway. Yes. Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Is this not the articulation of the personification of the sun gone rogue in this period? Huh? Y'all think I'm just telling y'all some shit that's philosophical? This is the world. This is the actual world. This is their actual understanding. You know what? They can tell you in your face because they know you do not know. They can tell you in your face. He said it. He was clear. He was clear the moment the philosophical ideas of patriarchy had become personified, when he was able to create a weapon that can actually destroy the living world. He was clear that 2,000 years of male-dominated philosophy come to fruition in his possession when he understood how to split the one apart from itself. God damn it. He did that. And he was crystal clear about what it meant. He didn't say I have the potential to save the Western world from all its enemies. That ain't what the hell he said. If he really believed that this was the only way, oh man, shit. He didn't say that. He didn't say we finally found a way to make sure that all our enemies can never get at us and to us. All we have to do is just create the threat. We ain't got to use it. We ain't got to use it. All we have to do is create the threat, and nobody will ever try our stilo again. That ain't what the hell he said, because that was not his intention. That was not his intention. That was not his intention. What he say? Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. This quote is from the Hindu scripture in the Bhagavad Gita. Oppenheimer recalled these words as he witnessed the first detonation of the atomic bomb. Thank you, Save Our Trees. He was crystal clear. He was crystal clear. And so when I teach you these things, yin-yang theory, the 8 principles, 5 elements theory, and how they are practically applied in your life, not only practically applied in your life, how they have been studied and turned upside down and flipped inside out to be used against you. I keep telling you, every time we open up this Bible, every time we open up the Bible, I'm like, oh my God, here it is again. 5 elements theory right in this book. Don't you think that the 318 men sitting in these locked spaces for 3 months, the Council of Nicaea, while we speaking, the conspiracy to right all wrongs, don't you think they was comparing notes? They say that these wise men, these spiritual leaders were from everywhere. They were Hebrews, they was Jews, they was Israelites, they was Sumerians and Babylonians, Asians from India, Asians from China, Asians from the Euro-Asiatic junction, all over Europe and as far south as Ethiopia. I'm telling you, these men, the Council of Nicaea was not just about some white Romans, boo. I keep trying. I don't know how many ways I'm gonna have to tell y'all that. The Council of Nicaea was not just about some white Romans, child. And even that's negotiable, as white as they could be at that period in history, because this was in Turkey, bitch. Rome was in Turkey. You feel? As white as they could be in Turkey at that time. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm trying to tell y'all, all of these religious institutions are guilty. Let me tell you what else I saw today. Because I'm always talking about, because it never fails, child. It never fails. When I tell y'all, I don't care about y'all feelings. I don't. And I'm not saying y'all because I love y'all. But I'm talking about anybody else who see this and call themselves being in their feels about what I'm talking about. Being in their feels when I talk about their Judaism, being in their feels when I talk about their Islam, being in their feels when I talk about their goddamn Christianity, they motherfucking, what you call that shit? They Catholicism, being in their feels when I talk about their Buddhism, being in their feels when I talk about their, what's that other shit? Sikhism, being in their feels when I talk about their Hinduism. I do not care. When I say 0%, I don't care about your feelings. I care about the impact of what you believe in your head and the impact that it has had on the material world. That's all I care about. And if the ideas that you hold onto in your head have concluded, have contributed to the suffering of human beings in a way unmatched in the entire epoch of human existence on the earth, then I'm talking about your tradition. I'm talking about your idea, because it ain't just religions. It ain't just religions that I'm at war with. It's not. It's not just traditions. It's not just culture. It's not just religions that I'm at odds with. It's not. Your philosophy, your favorite philosopher, your favorite historian. Wait, who else? Your favorite your what you call them dudes? I don't care who it is. I keep saying it. I'm gonna say it more. I'm gonna say it more. I'm gonna say it louder. I'm gonna say it more audaciously, because this stupid thing that I'm plotting on, and I'm about to tell y'all about it here very, very soon. This stupid thing that I'm plotting on is going to amplify my disdain for all institutions of fucking hate and suffering and despair. It is going to be amplified times a million. And so this is where the hate is going to come. And I'm saying this because this has to be the clear, precise fucking line that we draw, all of us. Not only, and I'm going to get back to this discussion that these 6 trans people had on this goddamn conversation, because even people who have been the victims of hate and harm and these institutions, baby, you have to take a side. You have to take a side. And that's why this discussion was so goddamn ill-informed to me. Everybody talking about their feelings. Yes, we want love. Yes, we want affection. Yes, we want to feel affirmed in the world. Yes, all of us want that. All of us deserve that. But it cannot happen in a world that is has been completely designed to exploit, to cause suffering, to cause oppression, to cause denial. How the fuck do you, child? How do you reconcile in your skull and in your body? Child, when I heard that shit, I was grossed out. Like, I told y'all what I went through. Because I love men. And that's my affliction. I think that's a lot of people who identify as straight, cis, het, whatever you want to call us. I love men, and that's my affliction. I love the way my body feels in sexual union with men. I love that. I love watching men have sex with women. I love that too. But baby, being able to relate with these women, being able to relate with them as they talked about how they always felt that they were unlovable and didn't deserve love. Child, how do you see as a trans woman that is different than any other experience that any other Black woman got in the goddamn world? And you can somehow see that as separate from the suffering imposed on your mama and your sisters and your aunties and everybody you ever grew up watching, trying to get not just quote love that is bound by respect, love that is bound by adoration, love that is bound by your right to have love on the terms that you set from the moment you are born to the moment that you go back to the earth. How do you separate that where it's just a peculiar experience that Black trans women have? If you do not, child, please stop. Please stop. Your patriarchy is showing. Yes, it is. You are not separate from us. Your experience is not separate from us. We are not your enemies. We are not the contributors to your suffering. And y'all say it all the time, but still come to the wrong conclusion. Interesting that Laverne Cox wasn't the only one up there talking about the object of their affection. One trans person who was the closest in age to her was like, yeah, I'll be honest. I'm 43 years old, and I, for the greater portion of my life, exclusively dated white men. And you don't sit with yourself to do a deep analysis about why politically this would be the case. You just accept that this just your preference. Please stop saying that. Please stop saying that. Please stop saying that. Your preference is informed by patriarchy, bitch. All of you Black men who quote exclusively date white women because that's just who I'm attracted to. No, bitch. Your preference is informed by patriarchy. Patriarchy informs your preferences because patriarchy hates your mother. Patriarchy hates your mother. Every personification of your mother, but the most powerful mother, the most objectified mother, the most reviled mother is the one that patriarchy hates the most. So yes, it makes sense that Black women are the least likely to be quote wait a minute, is Black women are the least likely to date and marry outside their race, but they quote they would be counterpart Black men are the least likely to are the most likely of all the races to date or marry outside their race, but they counterparts are the least likely to date or marry outside. You don't get statistics like that without doing a deep analysis about the role that patriarchy plays in quote your so-called preferences. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's some foolish ass shit. And the fact that nobody is having these discussions anymore. I have seen 3 different videos over the last 3 weeks by Black male homosexuals and by Black trans women who have said damn near verbatim the same thing. Well, I never really understood why, as a Black gay man, or why, as a Black trans woman, that my, my dream guy, or the person that I'm most likely to be attracted to is a cis het presenting, aristocratic, goddamn white male. And y'all don't, and ain't nobody having a discussion any deeper than that. Well, love knows no color. Where you can't help who you love. It is a lie straight out of the mythological hell imposed on your fucking skull. It is. I promise it is. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. Because there is not a single experience that I have heard a single trans, Black trans woman, white trans woman for that matter, Black gay male. There's not a single experience that I have heard them discuss that I have not had. One of them was like, well, I don't really understand it, but it's like Republican men are the only ones always attracted to me. Why, baby? Ask why. Is it just because they're freaks? No. Is it just because they're closet cases? No. It is because how they see power. It is because of how they see and internalize power. The power to exploit. Child, you are a trinket. You are the expression, their expression of the ability to dominate your life, to be able to go into a goddamn legislative office or on a legislative floor and vote down your life while you can still while they know they can still pay for you. While they know that they can demonstrate bullshit and expressions of love and still know that they have absolute total power over your existence, bitch. That's why. It has nothing to do with attraction. I promise you. And I know that is a hard thing to hear. It was a hard thing for me to feel in my body, for me to experience in my body. Why? Because I used to say the same shit, child. I don't know what it is. I don't know why white guys are so attracted to me. As a matter of fact, child, let me tell you about the expressions of power. I used to say it and could never understand it. I never had more men come onto me in my whole existence than when I was bald headed. Never. That should always fuck me up. I'm like, why they do that? And it wasn't just regular men. It was wealthy men. It was white men, attractive men. I was like, everywhere I went. I was working at a sushi bar when I decided I was gonna cut my hair off. When I decided I didn't want to perm my hair anymore. I didn't want to take the time that it took to 2 hours before I have to be at work. I got to sit in the mirror and do this and this and this and this. I was like, fuck it, I'll just be bald, right? And it did not matter. When I tell you for that, it was maybe 3 years that I deliberately kept my hair shaved until I decided I wanted hair. I can't remember. I didn't pay for concerts. I didn't pay for drinks. I didn't pay for shit. I didn't pay my rent. I didn't pay for shit. Baby, people were giving me money just to have my attention. I wasn't even fucking these dudes. I was like, well, I'm getting the attention. Let me go ahead and get it. Let me go ahead and ride this bitch out. You feel me? And as a young girl, because I was young, I don't even think my daughter was 2. So I was maybe 22-ish, 21, 22, 23, something like that. And as a young girl, unpoliticized, I was like, okay, maybe it's a preference or whatever. I will tell you something else about power, baby. At the same time, also, when I was bald, when I moved to Florida, right? And so when I moved to Florida, the first job that I got was working at a yacht club. I was waiting tables at a yacht club, and I had grown my hair back out a little bit. I kept it in a cute little bob. And one day, because that was, as a matter of fact, I moved to Florida the year that it was the the peak of the longest drought that Florida had been experiencing. It was so diabolically, monstrously hot that it was 2001. It was so diabolically and monstrously hot the year I moved to Florida, child. I was like, I'm not putting no perms in my head. Nope. I'm shaving this shit right the hell off. Right now. As a matter of fact, it was the most insane electrical storms I'd ever experienced that same year. I moved to Florida 7 months before 9/11. Sure did. And that whole summer, it was horrifying electrical storms. I'm telling you, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every single day, I was going to be hiding in the closet. I'm not joking. Hiding in the closet, because we lived in this flimsy little like apartment type thing. It was like a back house of this woman's house. So it was flimsy. And these electrical storms would shake. It was every day at 3 o'clock, like an alarm clock. Monstrous electrical storms, diabolical heat, 110 index every fucking day leading up to 9/11. And I was like, I can't do it. Shave my hair off. And I went to work after I shaved my hair off. And I didn't wear my bald head. I was like, God, what did I do? Oh my God, I can't believe I did this. You know what I'm saying? And so I was wearing these cute little like bandanas and shit. You feel me? And while the men were intrigued, while the men were oohing and eyeing, guess what? I never experienced simultaneously so much venom and revile from white women. When I shaved my hair off, whether I was in Birmingham, Alabama, or whether I was in Florida, these two poles, based on my hair, child, based on my personal, like, look, why y'all think y'all was at the center of my decision to do something with my hair? I can't believe how many white women. Is this a political statement you're trying to make? I don't understand. Your hair was so lovely. So many times. When I was working, I was also working at this. This was while I was still in Birmingham. I told y'all that I got a job at this cigar martini bar, and I was bald headed. I was a big bitch. I just had a baby, and I was working. And my homeboy that manages the place was this extremely flamboyant gay guy. And he was like, "Girl, I need somebody that's good to work at my bar. Can you come and work at my bar?" I was like, "You got all these cute, skinny ass, big tittied ass white girls working in your shit. I ain't gonna make no money. I'm not trying. I ain't trying to work over there. I ain't gonna make no damn money. All these bougie ass white people, you got all these cute little stick figure girls with their little boobs and they little all that shit. I ain't trying to come up in here and not make no money, bitch." He was like, "Baby, I'm trying to tell you, you will make some money because these bitches don't know how to work." I was like, "Well, all right." I said, "I'm gonna give it 2 weeks. If I ain't making no money, bitch, I'm quitting." He was like, "All right, cool." Tries to clean up in this place. Clean up. These bitches used to hate my ass so much. How does fat bald headed black bitch making all this goddamn money? You feel me? They used to hate my ass. I could see their venom, child. I could see their venom. Do you understand? And it is because I understood the game, baby. I understood the game. Make these motherfuckers who are used to being the center of the world, nurture that shit. Make them feel like the center of the world and bitch pay me. I had one guy would come in once a week with some business partner, some guy he was trying to, court into a business relationship. He would buy one drink, have one cigar, buy his company a round. You understand? Maybe $50 tab, maybe 50, maybe 75 if I was lucky. That nigga was always gonna leave me $100 tip, cash, every time without fail. If he wasn't sitting in my section, he would get up and be like, "Where Cassandra's section at?" They used to hate my ass because they knew he was gonna tip me big. Oh, well, maybe if he's sitting in my section, he'll tip me big. He's like, "Nope, I'm trying to be over there where Cassandra at. Where Cassandra at?" You feel me? But I'm saying this because everything my experience, because I didn't have a background, let me say this, because I didn't have a background, because I didn't have an understanding, because I was young, you understand, because I was 19 to 20 something years old, I didn't know, because there was no transfer of this information that could help put me on game. This wasn't so shit. I had to learn the hard way or try to figure out in my mind why I was experiencing certain shit. These are the conversations that we have to be having with one another, so that these young people can be put on game to finally conclude this shit once the fucking for all. They got the energy, we got the know-how, now we need to partner that shit. So I'm sitting here thinking now, as I'm talking to you, and it wasn't nowhere near what I was going to talk to y'all about this experience that I always had that was very peculiar to me, and was talking about these trans women that was talking about their peculiar experiences. Why is it so? Why is it? One of the girls was like, you know, Republicans, men of power, white men, MAGAs just love trans women. No, baby, this is not the conclusion that you can come to. For a person to hate your beingness, for a person to have the power to deprive you of sovereignty, but want to fuck on your body, is not the equivalent of love. It is the articulation of absolute power and control over your existence. That's what it is. And even if it's no different than when we see these damn old ass slave movies where the quote slave master loved his slave, got his favorite one, and she really believed she different, and she swooned and she bat her eyes, and he let her go into town with her, even though she got the ride on the buggy in the back, so that nobody suspect, you feel me? And then these bullshitting ass, wicked ass movies be trying to manipulate, like be trying to yank at some heartstrings for us to say, no, he really did love her. The hell you say? Baby, if that love is not accompanying, if that love or that quote expression of love does not accompany freedom, does not accompany sovereignty, does not accompany at bare absolute motherfucking minimum, you paying me the value of my goddamn labor. And so because you feel some little pitter patter in your chest cavity, you equate that to love. Because you feel a little pitter patter in your heart cavity, you equate that to love. Laverne gonna say some shit like, well, you know, the reason that the relationship ended was because eventually the politics did have an impact on our relationship. But y'all was together for 3.5 years, bitch. And at no time before 3.5 years, him being a twice Trump voting, professed, proud, MAGA supporting, blonde hair, blue eyed, Aryan Nation ass, what you call it, devotee of the Fraternal Order of the Police, is headquartered in the goddamn NYPD. And at no juncture in 3.5 years, you did not give pause to this contradiction. I'm gonna need y'all to have better. I'm gonna need y'all to have better goddamn conversations than this. Even the several trans women who call themselves like giving her the hard line. Child, this shit flimsy. This shit flimsy. It wasn't until I became this hardcore black nationalist having to face power dynamics and the overt and the subtle ways that they impact our lives. Power dynamics affect our lives all the time. The chairman used to say capitalism, white nationalism invades and infects every area of your life. But I will take that shit a step further, because the chairman of that organization was a motherfucking patriarch who could only come to a certain conclusion. He can only get so deep without exposing his own goddamn shit. You feel me? Patriarchy. Who is the great grandfather of all these other isms? Patriarchy is the great grand patriarch that infects every area of your goddamn existence, including your bedroom. How you parent is informed and infected by patriarchy. So don't you know? You don't know because you've never seen it before. None of us on the planet Earth right now today has ever even had the luxury of experiencing true epiphomatic love. Not one of us. Not one of us. Not only have we not had the ability to experience true epiphymatic love, it is quite difficult for us to even conceive of it, because no love that we have ever felt for ourselves, our loved ones, our family members, our children, our partners, our lovers, none of those expressions of love have been outside of this web that has been woven by the sun gone rogue, that is absent, that is completely absent oppression, that is completely absent exploitation, that is completely absent fucking hierarchical power dynamics. This is what we have to imagine. We have to completely redefine everything, and to have 6 articulate and obviously intelligent human beings perpetually coming to the seriously diabolical wrong conclusion about what this woman has been expressing, to attempt to absolve herself, the self-imposed pie on her face, daydreaming and batting her eyes about a white boy, blue eye, blonde hair, NYPD police officer, 2 Trump voting, goddamn MAGA supporter. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. And I done told y'all my dirt, so there ain't no shit I can be exposed for. I told you my heartbreak when I met this little guitar playing, exotic instrument playing, singing ass nigga with dreadlocks down his back. Fine. Oof. So fine. So fine. So fine. So slick talking. So charming. You feel me? I had my booty rubbed and I can't even remember how long. You feel me? This was last year, the end of last year. We talked for 3 hours and he was like, can we make out? And I was like, absolutely. Yes, we can make out. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Oh, he is so sexy. Was. Let me put a past tense on that. Oh, he was so, yes, Java Watson. Java remember the story. This fine ass nigga. God damn. And we made out and it was so sexy. It was like total 16-year-old in the back of the car, brand new, tingles everywhere, great kisser, just child, it was all the things. And we didn't go all the way, thank God, in hindsight. And we didn't go all the way. But it was nice. It was nice. Like, y'all, can I be frank? I'm gonna just be frank. But he was talking about my titties, because see, I got mama titties. You feel me? So my titties hang. You feel me? They got like little stretch marks on the cleavage. Y'all done seen my cleavage, so it ain't like I'm telling y'all nothing y'all don't know. My little stretch marks on my cleavage. He's like, girl, these titties is beautiful. Like, damn, I just love it when they all natural like this and they just hang like this. He was like, child, he was taking his finger and fucking tracing the stretch marks on my titties. I was like, that is some super sexy shit. That's some super sexy shit. You feel me? And so this guy is a musician. And I'm like, all right, well, let me see where he's playing. Because he was like, yeah, I play out sometimes. I usually do mostly like private parties or get flown to like Mexico to do bigger shows or whatever. I was like, well, let me check out this dude. Because this is the night that we met, that we made out. You feel me? And so I go home the next day and I'm checking out his IG page. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Because I couldn't tell. And typically, let me tell you, oh my God, I have to tell y'all this. Typically, when I think I told y'all this, as a matter of fact, when I was in Florida, because I don't have one night stands here at all. I don't have one night stands in California. I don't. But when I did actively have one night stands, you understand? I had a list of questions. Like, before I let you come home with me, or before I come home with you, you got to answer some questions, because it's going to determine whether you get some pussy or not. I'm just going to be frank. Is there a woman in your life right now who believes that y'all are in a relationship with each other? Because it'll be easy for y'all do it too much. I know y'all. You got a girlfriend? No, I ain't got no girlfriend. That's what y'all say. That's not investigative enough. And your ass as a woman is not off. You ain't You ain't innocent if that's the only question that you ask and you got a girlfriend. Nope, because they will lie. In their mind, they'll be like, well, she ain't a girlfriend. She just my baby mama that I happen to have sex with every once in a while to pacify her. No. That was not me. One, and it wasn't about, for me, very young. For me, it was about, I am not going to deliberately engage in no behavior that is going to hurt some woman. That was my position. It wasn't about, oh, I don't have sex with men who married, or I don't have sex with men who got a girlfriend. No, my position was, I don't engage in activities and behaviors that hurt women. That was my position. I didn't give a fuck about the man. I'll be frank. I didn't give a fuck about the man. My integrity lied with my staunch opposition to actively engaging in behavior that hurt women. You feel me? And so when I recognize how men be lying and how they be justifying and dressing up their lies in their head, I had to change my questions. My questions were, you know what I'm saying? Is there a woman in your life who think y'all in a relationship? What you mean? I mean, do you live with a woman right now? Well, me and my baby mama live together, but it ain't like that. It's exactly like that, because ain't no woman letting you live up in her shit and y'all ain't actively engaged. And she don't think y'all, quote, in a relationship. Y'all ain't roommates, nigga. Y'all got kids together. She think y'all in a relationship. You feel me? And so I had to have these questions. But I said this before. I had not had sex with non-Black men in many, many years. Once I became a Black nationalist, which I think the last time I'd had sex with a white guy, I was maybe like 27. It was 27 the last time I'd had sex with a white man, once I joined the party, right? And then that was it. It was brothers, 100%, all the time, every time. Then I get to California and brothers don't be jocking for sisters like that. I was like, but damn, what the fuck I'm gonna do? And fortunately, there were still melanated men who were still jocking for me. I just never had sex with a Native man. I'd never had sex with a Mexican man. I was like, I guess this is gonna be it. Mexican, Native, and Asian men were steadily jocking for me, and rich white men. But I was not having sex with white men. And in the year that I've been here, I've had sex with one white man. And so anyway, I'm telling y'all this for a reason. How did I get on that? Oh, about the dynamics. The reason I got on that was because of Laverne. I'm sorry, boo. You're 52. You are lying. I'm just gonna tell it to you blood raw. You are lying. There is no way for me to hear this woman talk about all this political stuff, this intersectionality, and all of well versed. Oh, and also admitted, yeah, and I was in therapy for 23 years. Oh, so you done been in therapy. Your ass is a political activist saying that you is on your defund the police shit. You is lying. You is lying. And the reason that I can say that confidently is because at the end of the day, you know what? She may not be lying. Let me retract that statement. She may not. I still think she lying, but I'm gonna give her some grace. Because in the absence of an astute, deep, and honest political self-reflection, you'll still stay coming to some fucked up conclusions, child, reconciling some fucked up shit. But as soon as I went on this dude's IG, child, as soon as I went on his IG, the first thing that I saw, I was like, okay, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions because I really wanted to hang out with this dude. The first thing I saw was him performing. Fine. Ugh. Dressed in all white with his back length dreadlocks, just neatly. Ugh. Just fine. Playing his drum, dancing. He got hella swag. You know he is acculturated around us. You feel me? Fine. Ooh. I was like, but I'm not gonna come to any conclusions because he was playing at a bar mitzvah. That's the first video I saw. I was like, oh, he's Jewish. He's Jewish. God damn it. He's Jewish. I didn't know because he is dark skinned. You feel me? He's dark skinned. He got coarse, nappy kind of hair. His hair just ain't in dreads like white boy dreads. He got his new growth was nappy. You feel me? He's at this dance. You know, his swaggerdosia, even his singing voice. I was like, he got to be related to us in some way. You feel me? So I see his even his swag, child, even him putting his fingers on the stretch marks of my titties and goddamn tracing with his finger the stretch mark. I was like, this some nigga shit. This some shit. You feel me? Like, this dude he one of us. He got a black family member somewhere or something. You feel me? He's a dark-skinned white dude. You feel me? I was like, but he got some peoples. You feel me? And so, cause man, look, my ex-husband used to do the same thing with the stretch marks on my booty. You feel me? Like, anyway. So I see the video. I go on his page. He tells me his Instagram. He's like, yeah, this is my Instagram, blah, 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 blah. He said, I don't keep it much, but this is how people hire me or whatever, whatever. The very first video, child, is him playing drums at a bar mitzvah. I said, oh my God, he's Jewish. I'm like, I'm not going to come to any conclusions. Let me scroll through. Let me scroll through some more videos. Maybe this is just a party he got hired to play. You feel me? Child, the older the videos got, the more heartbreaking they became. Yes, that's hot. You feel what I'm saying? I knew somebody up on here was gonna feel me. She say appreciating the stretch marks. Dang, that's hot. Yes, it is. I was like, yes. I was literally laid back like this. I was like, you want my belly out and everything? He was like, girl, He's like, look at you. I was like, true. Yup, so you right. You right. You right. You right. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Oh my God, y'all are killing me in this goddamn comment section. Holy shit. Oh, child. See, Chloe Dior says my black ex-husband played drums at bar mitzvahs. And so I was holding out hope, y'all. I was holding out hope. And his whole swaggerdosia, you feel me? The whole little fiery makeout session, it was fine. It was hella sexy, y'all. It was hella sexy. He did good. You feel me? And baby, then I saw the coup d'etat. There was no question. Because even him being Jewish was not an automatic like for me. It wasn't. What did it? Because I'm still looking for something. Because I was like, okay, if he's Jewish, there's some things that I have to know. Just like with the Negroes at the clubs in Florida. Bitch, I have to know some things before this thing can progress in any way. There's some things that I have to know before this thing can progress in any way. And child, then I saw it. He is not just a Jew. He was born and raised in Israel, which told me everything I need to know. He was born and raised in Israel. And without anything saying, this is my position, and these are one of the things I'm telling y'all that in this stupid thing that I'm plotting and scheming, one of these stupid things that I'm plotting and scheming is going to be a line of delineation. I am going to tell you. Somebody say a red flag. Honey, the flag had been red as soon as I saw the first goddamn bar mitzvah fucking video. I'll be honest. But still holding out hope for a nigga, you feel me? And then I saw it that he was Israeli. I was like, oh, this is bad. Because I was still looking, but he's going to be one of the very few Israeli-born progressives that has the ability to take a righteous position, though I already knew as soon as I saw that he was born in Israel, I already knew. My spirit already knew, but when I saw the first bar mitzvah video, I'll be honest, my spirit already knew. I felt this thing happen in my chest. It was like I knew but I was still holding out hope. You feel me? We do that. We be giving niggas the benefit of the doubt. I don't be giving niggas the benefit of the doubt. I need to know. I need to be well informed. I can't say it's not. Sorry, it's not. It's not enough to say you did not know. Not in the age of information when you can look up everybody's whole life story in a half a minute. It ain't enough. I didn't know for such a long time that he was NYPD and that he was a MAGA supporter. How the fuck? You lying? You lying? You lying? You lying? You lying? And anybody that supports this bullshitting ass excuse, once your ass get called out for some dumbass shit you done said on the internet, they lying too. They lying too. You ain't no 52-year-old person in no relationship with a motherfucker for 3.5 years, and it never occurred to you. There were never any social cues ever. I just felt adored. I just felt loved. I just felt seen. Child, bye. With that victim ass goddamn mentality. That victim ass goddamn mentality, bitch, bye. I told you, I've never liked Laverne Cox because she always come off fake as hell. Phony as fuck. I don't appreciate phony. I don't give a fuck who it's coming from. I don't appreciate phony. That's what I got off on, is at 50 fucking years old, bitch. Like, if you can't be honest with you, who you expect you being honest with? You ain't even being honest with yourself. Because you lying. Everything you just said up until this point is a bald-faced lie. I don't believe you an activist. I don't believe you give a damn about intersectionality. Because even if you okay with being somebody concubine, somebody bed wench or some shit, can you really care about anybody else? You talking about, I was like an activist and child, she went into this whole Claudia Ankara. I'm so glad you said that. Because she went into this whole ass. It was very revealing. She went into this whole diatribe about how she has been an out loud opponent of the Biden administration and Kamala Harris. And I was like, and the points that she was laying down about her opposition, I was like, well informed. Yes. Too bad your ass is lying. Too bad your ass is lying. Because y'all know I've been opposed to Biden, Harris from day one. Didn't vote for them, didn't vote for her. Could not betray myself to do that shit. And so she putting down the line like do this is why and this is why and this is why and do and do. Cool. But you're lying. And the reason I had to talk about this Israeli born pro-Israel former IDF, so you know he done killed somebody. Child, as soon as I saw definitive evidence, because I wasn't even like, okay, he was born in Israel and that's all I need to know. I said I need more evidence, and I found the evidence. Him hit one post that he made that was so vile. First of all, the audacity to post something like that publicly on your page. Let me tell you something. This thing with this Israeli, I think it was like the breakthrough moment for me. It really, really was. Because when this thing happened on October 7th, which I'm still convinced was a false flag operation, if you have me tell it, I digress. But when this thing happened on October 7th, and I told you how radicalized all these Jewish people had become out here, the thing that was not surprising, because I've seen every documentary on the inherent violence of Jews. Child, I saw, this was years ago, 2 decades ago. I saw this documentary on the goddamn Jewish mafia in Chicago. And they always want to put themselves forward as the perpetual victims of everybody. And I saw this damn documentary. This was before I was even up on the Jewish question. And I saw this damn document because I was on this whole mafia thing. I watched all these documentaries about all the mob, the different personification mob. It was just this thing that I was on, like my obsession with serial killers. You feel me? And I was like, Jewish mafia. I didn't even know there was such a thing in Chicago. The history of the Jewish mafia in Chicago. That shit was so diabolical. I said, because up until that point, child, I saw Jewish people as a collective the same way everybody else see them. the way that they want us to see them, as the perpetual blameless victims of everybody else, the pure innocent sheep who just cannot catch a break from nobody in the world. I heard a rabbi say that the most marginalized and the most abused marginal group in the history of America has been the Jews. With a straight face, he said that. Meanwhile, I went on, like, what was it? Like PBS or like one of them like old school like educational channels, and saw a whole 3-part series on the history of the Jewish mafia in Chicago, child. I said, got damn. Oh my God. That shit was off the chain. That shit was off the chain. And so I'm looking on this dude's page, you feel me? And I see one post, but it was diabolical enough that I knew exactly where he stood. I knew exactly who he was. He was an Israeli born and raised former IDF who probably killed somebody, with as willing as he was to make this fucking declaration on his goddamn social media that was old, but it was in there. I had to dig. It was in there. I said, God damn. When I tell you, I instantly, when I tell you, I've never been more thankful for anything in my life. I was so thankful that I had not allowed this human being into my body. I immediately felt grossed out. And I was like, fuck, I have to develop new questions. It didn't occur to me until this man that I have to develop new questions. It never even occurred to me. I have to develop new questions. It's your responsibility to investigate who you allow into your sacred space, whether that is your 6 to 9 radius that is your sovereign space, or whether it is actually into your body. We have to be investigators, because everything is political. Everything, every decision we make in this world, the way that it is, everything is political. Not only that, everything is shaped by patriarchy, whether that patriarchy is expressed in our own head, or whether it is the patriarchy around us that we internalize, or both. We have to be the investigator that is charged with securing the sanctity of our sovereign space. We don't have an excuse, and we cannot be making flimsy ass, dumb ass, infantile, ill-informed, goddamn emotional conclusions like, help who you love, and I had never felt so seen. It's fucking disgusting, is what it is. And the only reason I can be as animate and as harsh seeming as I can be is because not one thing that emanated from the mouths of 6 trans women I have not already experienced as a young woman, Black in America. Nothing they said was new or peculiar to them. Not one word. Not one word. Not one word. Yes, I felt great when I was bald-headed and men were giving me all of this attention for the first time, that I was still a big girl, but it didn't matter. There was a power that exuded from a bald head. That bitch got to be a confident motherfucker to be walking around with a bald ass head. I'm trying to know what she know. I'm trying to be up in her energy. Power dynamics is what they were responding to. Of course, they could not articulate it that way, and they don't know why the strange attraction to this woman who otherwise they would never be attracted to. They have never. I've had too many men. I'm like, why men keep telling me this shit? I've never been attracted to a Black woman before, but there's just something about you. I've never had sex with a Black woman before, but I can't help myself with you. It's power dynamics. It's always power dynamics, y'all. It's always power dynamics. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. And that's some uncomfortable shit to sit with. It's uncomfortable to face that what men are attracted to you is what they perceive as the man in you. It is. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you, because I've had enough Black men say, why you acting so masculine? Why you be so manly? Why you be so tomboyish? And those same Negroes who are powerless, and that's why they mad, is the same thing that white men have been attracted to in me. That same thing that black men be always complaining about, you know, I just want a submissive woman. You feel what I'm saying? I just want a woman who just gonna, you know, I just want her to be soft, you feel me, and quiet, you feel me, and let me get away with what I want to get away with. Because see, that's how, see, I want what they got. See, white men, they women, they just do what they told, you feel. That's why black men want white women. Because in their mind, they deserve the kind of compliance that they see white men receive from white women. And then they be mad even when they get up in these relationships with these white women, because they so soft and they so quiet and they so this and this and this and this. But in that relationship with that nigga, she is not that person. She ain't that person. The person that he be seeing over there in the relationship with the white dude, that ain't the same bitch that be in a relationship with him. When she in a relationship with him, she recognizes where she resides on the scale of power, bitch. That's why the highest divorce rate among any group of people in this country is between black men and white women, because they hooping and hollering about what they want, and the only people that can fit the mold is white women, you feel me? And then they get that prize, that white woman, and she is like, Negro, you must be confused. I will only be that person when I am in a relationship with one who is more powerful than I am. With you, nigga, this what you get. This to me you get. And they be confused. And then the white women be confused because they like, damn, I thought I was with a real one. Now I'm with a punk. And I don't want a punk. I want, in my mind, what I perceive as power. And so in her mind, she thinks she dating power because he big, he's stocky, he got a dick or whatever. She thinks she getting power, and then she end up in a relationship with a punk, with one who has lost his spine. Why? Because he hates his mother. He hates anybody that even resembles his mama. He hates anybody that comes into any kind of proximity with his mama. But guess what? He's also a patriarch. So the reason that there are so many black men who are secretly attracted to trans women is there is a comfort, a kinship that still resonates with them. They are attracted to men, but they hate homosexuals because they're still patriarchs. They are attracted to men, but they hate homosexuals. This is the best of both worlds. I can have this beautiful, wonderfully presenting, very feminine. She behaves in a way that I wished the white woman would. She complies, she's docile, she's the personification of all things feminine, and she has a dick. That is no shade to black trans women. But I'm telling you, in a world, baby, because this one trans woman was talking about, yeah, I was exclusively attracted to white men until I found the love of my life, who is a black man. And upon investigation, this is still a cishet presenting black man, meaning he lives in the world and everybody perceives that he is cishet. And you don't think that this is about power dynamics and how it shows up in your intimate life and in what you call your preferences. These are not your preferences. These are your responses to power and where you reside on the scale of power. We make ourselves our own victims. Yes, we do. All of us do. All of us trying to navigate how we can achieve some level of comfort in a sea of misery without challenging the shit as it is. How can we exist in some level of comfort in this fucking madness, this hierarchical power sick monstrosity created by the patriarchal father god etched in everybody's goddamn skull and shit? How can we most comfortably navigate and get the bare minimum of things that we need in this construct that always seeks to exploit? The construct exists only to oppress, only to exploit, only to minimize our significance as human beings. How can You know, I just want some love. You know what I'm saying? I just want somebody to go to sleep with and just affirm my life and shit like that. And those things, I'm telling you, you deserve. Whoever the fuck you are, whoever you are, you deserve those things. But this line that we must draw, not that we must draw, this line that has been drawn and is making everybody hella uncomfortable, like me in the car making out with the Israeli dude. Me being a massage therapist, having to rub down the body of a person whose whole leg is full of shrapnel, and he has just come from Israel. So I know exactly how he got the shrapnel and exactly what he was doing to put him in the circumstances where his whole leg had goddamn shrapnel in it and his whole foot had to be surgically reattached, and feeling sick to my stomach that the power in my body that I spent $248,000 and 4 degrees on being able to heal human beings was not reserved for his ass. And I felt like I was betraying myself in the moment, putting my hands on someone like this. I said, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this. My healing isn't for every motherfucking body. This damn show ain't. Damn show ain't. Damn show ain't. And I knew that from day one. My healing hands, the energy, the power of my motherfucking chi, my ashe, my essence, my source is not for everyone. I was clear from day one. And to be in a situation where I needed the money, and I'm in a house where this bitch deliberately hired 3 black women to put our hands on goddamn IDF soldiers, quote, recovering from warfare. Bitch, you went in a war. You monstrous motherfuckers. You was not in a war. You weren't in combat. I felt so violated. I don't think I worked for a month. I literally cried while putting my hands on this fucking man. I was like, my healing is not for everybody. And so this man, the Israeli Negro adjacent singing ass nigga, you feel me? I was like, I have to ask better questions. I have to ask better. I cannot be in my age in no situation where I fall for the okie doke because a nigga slick talking and want to rub a bitch stretch marks on a booty and shit and get caught up. And honey, I wasn't gonna let myself be betrayed. Laverne Cox talking about she stayed up in a relationship with a motherfucker in her body for 3.5 years. Child, that is the level of self-betrayal has not been articulated once in any of the videos I've seen. The level of self-betrayal. Not only do you not care about your self-love, and I understand why, but not only do you not care about yourself, everybody just got the psycho speak down. Everybody's just got the psycho speak down. Everybody's got the political speech down. Intersectionality and all of that shit. How does it translate in your life? Because if you hate yourself enough to allow someone who has the power not only over your life and how you live, but has the power to end your life and get away with it, and you know he has to know this in this conversation, in this relationship, that at any given moment, I could ghost this bitch. And I'd probably get a promotion. To know that, because you know it. Your ass wouldn't have been talking about, I was really heavily pro defund the police activist. You lying. And especially y'all, the main ones, always talking about the statistics. The primary cause of death of Black trans women is what? Death by intimate partner or spouse. Who the fuck is that? If every goddamn Black trans person want to be in a relationship with a cishet presenting upper middle class white boy. Y'all ain't saying that though. Y'all ain't saying that. It's black men too. But every time I turn around, it's some dark skinned, tall, statuesque Black trans woman talking about, I want the classic romance. And classic means blonde hair, blue eyes, 6 foot tall nigga who holds a police and has a badge, knight in shining armor shit, bitch. What in the hell is going on in the universe? What in the hell is going on in the universe? Because ain't nobody asking no questions, because don't nobody want to be uncomfortable. Don't nobody want to be politically incorrect. Child, we have a world to transform. And this ain't cutting it. This ain't cutting it. This ain't no time for motherfucking victim mentality shit and trying to understand the context behind who we choose as partners. And then there's another trans woman that was on this damn panel discussion. Cat Black, and I like her. She stuff I be fine. I'm like, okay, babe, do you? But I like her overall. I like her channel. I like her content. But she exclusively dates fucking cis presenting white men. And even on the live, she was like, yeah, I mean, I've never not been in a relationship. White men have always been attracted to me. Then there was another one who is a sex worker, a black trans sex worker. And she was like, me and you was different. She called herself being hood. But I'm like, bitch, what you said ain't no less fucked up. She said, as a sex worker, she's like, I think that she said, I've had sex with tons of white MAGA men, but they paid me because she's a sex worker. She's like, they paid me. You feel me? So I think she said, I think my pussy is a little bit more ethical than yours. I said, what? I said, wait. I said, what? I said, goddamn. This girl said, I think my pussy is a little bit more ethical than yours because, yeah, I'd had sex with a lot of MAGA white men, but it's because they was paying me well or some shit like that. I said, oh, Lord. I said, Jesus, Mary, and Jesus, just come and get your people already because I can't. I just can't. Just come get your folks, please. Just come and get your motherfucking people already. This shit is exhausting. What? Huh? And I told y'all about my fantasies about being a sex worker, right? But it's shit like that to be making me reevaluate that shit. I can only be a sex worker if can't nobody motherfucking touch me. If I'm just writing scripts for some bougie goddess worshiping porn or something. But like even in the temple, I was like, yeah, it'd be dope, if we could go back to the old days of the temple harlots and this. And I was like, nope, because I wouldn't subject no woman to that madness. No, you don't get your redemption up the fucking here, bitch. No. No. There ain't enough offerings in the world. There ain't enough goddamn there ain't enough tithing and offering. Your redemption gonna have to come another way, but you all 6 of these motherfuckers on there. I think there was 2 people on there that was like, no. As a matter of fact, there was I don't know if it was a trans man. I didn't see the pronouns when they were talking, but the person on the panel among the 6 that was masculine presenting was a man, right? Non-binary. Okay, cool. I didn't know. They didn't have at the section that I saw, they did not have their pronouns up there yet. You feel me? But the only person that was masculine presenting. That was the only person. And I haven't seen the whole thing yet. I haven't seen the whole thing yet because I was only 30 minutes in. And Power Kismet said OnlyFans for Jesus. Yo, come and get your motherfucking people, because this madness, this madness. He was that person, the non-binary person, was the only person like trying to keep it direct. You know what I'm saying? Up until the point that I got to, because I'm gonna finish watching it after I get up off here. And I was like, every conclusion worse than the one before. Child, this is as deep as the conversations are gonna get if you're in this community. Child. That shit that long, but that had me present. We gonna have to come back and do political education on that discussion. On that, because it applies to everyone. It don't just apply to trans people, but it's the issue of the day. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Constance. Yes. You don't want to put like, because you know what, Constance, I'm glad you said that. Because Constance say, let's see, hold on, Java Watson say, I've been missing so many of y'all comments because I be getting off task. Java Watson say you got to watch the rest because they did hold Laverne accountable. I've never been able to get past small talk with white men. The crazy jumps out too soon. She said they psychotic. Baby, you're always right on the brink. You really, really are. And I can say that because I have been friends. It's interesting in my young years, my childhood, my early teen years. This is something too. I think I don't think I've ever sat with. I don't think it's something I've ever really sat with. But in my teen years, my early teen years, and even into early adulthood, yeah, I have to sit with this shit. Uh-oh. Here I thought I did all the investigation, but I have a new topic. Hold on. Fascinating. Oh my God. Yeah. Yes. Child, I might have to do some deep analysis on this. What I was going to say, and this was in response to what Java Watson, I think, said. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. She said, oh no, it was QB said, she was talking about white men and how she's never been able to get past small talk with white men because the crazy jumps out too soon. Do. And I started to say, and now this is going to be a subject for me, y'all. You see, I colored my hair. Finally, on my little grays, it's covered up. Now I gotta spend probably about a whole 5 days. It's gonna take about 5 days for me to tighten my locks. But anyway, it's interesting because I talk often about, my intimate partner relationships over the years, but the one thing that has always been consistent, no matter where I was in my life, even as a hardcore Black nationalist, you guys, no matter what stage of my life I was in, I have always had very close white male friends. Every stage of my life. Every stage of my life. My dearest friends, my closest friends from childhood on. This is a matter of fact. Yeah, from childhood on have been white males consistently. In high school, I could count on one hand how many white female friends I had. White male friends, close, dear, friends till this day, as close as friends can be, after you graduate high school and go on about your life. But still check in with me more than on one hand. My best friend, best, dearest, closest child like peas and carrots, my best friend from eighth grade until maybe our third year in college is a white guy. He just came out here to visit me 2 months ago. He works for AMC, American movie company. Like they do all the old movies, all the classics or whatever. He came out here to visit me. I think it was 2 months ago. Best friends since eighth grade, thick as thieves, peas and carrots. You feel me? And it's never something I've ever it's been such a normal, consistent part of my life. I've never even sat until this moment. I was like, she right. Yeah. How is this? My first 2 roommates were white men. The drag queen, man, businessman, suit and tie by day, but professional drag queen by night, and gay man. They were both gay white men, but they were both white. My first 2 roommates were white men. That's interesting. And these relationships were never, at any stage in these relationships, were they sexual. Never, never, never. Never. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. There's something there. I'm gonna tell you what. It's still about, I'm certain of it. I have to reason it in my mind. But there's something there. And I will also say this, fascinating, because I've never sat with it. But white men, whether gay or straight, and gay men, gay black men, always been my closest friends, always been my dearest friends. I'll be honest, it wasn't until I joined the party that I started having like seriously deep relationships with black women. It wasn't until I became a black nationalist. It wasn't until I joined the African People's Socialist Party. And then even that was still based on our political unity more than it was like we kindred spirits type of thing. It wasn't until years into my place in the party that I started having deeply profound, invested relationships with black women. Because even in the party, especially in those foundational years, maybe the first 5 years or so, and even in the party, the relationships among women were tried relationships. A lot of that patriarchal shit still came up in the antagonisms within the party among black women in the party. Why? Because patriarchy ruled the party. Women were still playing out patriarchal antagonisms among one another, even as we said we had the shared vision that bound us to the party. But after I left the party and started becoming a devotee of Ifa, child, this is a holy fuck. Child, that's what I'm saying, man. Even when you think that you done got to a place where you done dug up all the layers, you ain't even got close. God damn. Oh my God. When I tell you patriarchy done did a whole motherfucking number on our shit. Ooh. How am I sitting here having a whole ass moment? Child, we have to be right in our life. We have to be right in our life. How am I sitting here having a whole ass moment, man? God damn. God damn. God damn. So let me read. I wanted to read something there's the show like I usually do, because I was gonna do our little conspiracy, you feel me? And then so let me back. I came out the gate swinging, didn't I? Hold on, let me get my mind right. Oh shit. God damn, man. Baby, when I tell you the statement that I made earlier about how we do not know what love is, we don't. We don't, but we have to create it. And the only way to create a world of real love, baby, is to dig into these most uncomfortable layers, child. It is to dig into the most uncomfortable ways that patriarchy has split our skull open and laid us bare with its own, and then reconfigured us in its own image. Then dissected us to hell and back, and then reconstructed us and reshaped us in its own malignant image, child. We do not know. And so here I am having a whole ass moment. But let me go ahead and speak our conspiracy, backtrack a little bit, because there's some things I want to talk to you about before I get up off here, because I ain't going to be up on here all night. Okay, so I'm gonna do this conspiracy. Then I want to talk to you about some things because we're gonna shift our focus a little bit. I was talking about you earlier, Tajali. I don't know how long you've been up on here, but I called your name a couple of times earlier. This whole that we are not ready for, that we need to welcome. I grew up around all white people. Oh, I know everybody has been going ham about my earrings, you feel me? But I got these. I showed these to you guys before. I got these maybe 2 or 3 months ago at a powwow in Long Beach. These are native. Child, y'all need to start going to powwows and stop playing. You understand? And there's a powwow in every state. There's plenty powwows in every state. But yes, I got these at the first powwow of the season. This was a couple of months ago. What statement, Java Watson? I missed it. What you talking about? What statement? What statement? You said that statement hurt so bad, but I don't know what you talking about. Java Watson, what statement hurt so bad? Thank you. I know the bead work is exceptional, ain't it? Just lily. I don't wear them often because they are heavy, so I can only wear them for so long. They are very heavy, but they are gorgeous. They are a power piece. You feel me? Oh no, that is deep. I know, boo. I know it's hurtful. I know it's hurtful. Let's go ahead and do this conspiracy, and then I want to talk to y'all about the conspiracy, and then I'm probably be up off of here. I ain't gonna do this too loud because it's already late, and my neighbors already hate me. That's all right because I don't like their ass either. Yeah, let's do the little light one. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and all space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Iyami Ajay, Hecate, Kali, Lilith, Sekhmet, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all divine ancestors and the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the weavers rewrite all time. Today, we the reavers rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the Mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the Fates. We are the Furies. We are the Iyami Aj. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the Mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right, y'all. So let me tell you. Let me talk to y'all about what I intended to talk to y'all about when I got up on here an hour and 51 minutes ago. So I told y'all that Tajali had sent me several videos. Some other people had sent me some videos today too, but the one that stood out the most, child, was this video, and I think it was on TikTok, and then somebody sent it to me on Instagram too. Oh, and the sister is talking about all of these billionaires who have transitioned over the last several months. Let's see. Yeah, over the last several months. You feel me? And then she just says, "You think this is a coincidence?" But that's all the information she got. So that's all she can go on is, you think this is a coincidence? No, bitch. That's why if you read the content of the video that I have placed up on here, it says it's working, it's working, it's working. Now, in the working, it's not enough, child. These quote losses, that's not enough. And I said this before, and I should say it again, but we do have a ceremony planned for August 25th. Okay. But I should say it again because August 8th, the 8-8 portal, the Sekhmet gate, everybody calls it the Lion's Gate portal. We're gonna call it the Sekhmet portal. You feel me? And it is also 8-8, the 8-8 portal, the Lion's Gate portal is also the 8-8 portal, y'all. I want y'all to hear me. The 8-8 portal is International Female Orgasm Day. The 8-8 portal, and it's been, I can't remember the year, but it's been for a long time. The 8-8 portal is International Female Orgasm Day. Okay? The reason I am stressing what I am stressing tonight in a moment is because we need to be, listen, we need to be taking advantage of this day in a way that is just as powerful as the voice that we are using to speak this conspiracy. If you have me tell it, you need to be listening to the conspiracy, the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, while engaged in orgasmic activity on the 8-8 portal. If you have me tell it, just so we can see what we can further deepen and pop off. Because, honey, I take credit for this. I'll be honest. I take credit for these developments. I guess I do. Because on November 19th of last year, 52 melanated women pulled an evolutionary jack move to welcome Oya onto the scene on the first day of Oya, aka Pluto's immediate, what do you call it, transition into the sign of Aquarius until the year 2044. We did that. We did that. It was what, 6-7 hours we was up on there conducting straight up ritual. We did that. Then we followed it up with several other ceremonies. We did something for the equinox. We did something for the spring equinox. We did something for several lunar cycles together. Boy, you're doing the most. We did something for several, and you ain't gonna be up on here because you do that. What do you want? Because you ain't gonna be up on here wiggling. No, we ain't doing that. Go on about your life. Go on down there and miss with your sister. Boy. So what? You ain't gonna be up on here wiggling. Now you gonna get up in here and chill, or you gonna go on about your life? Come on, because you're doing too much. Come on. And chill. So anyway, we've been doing that. And then on May 20th, after several meetings, we pulled together a little document called the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. And then what we did was we printed out the diabolical conclusion from that from the Council of Nicaea, which was the Nicene Creed, and we doctored that up. You feel me? And we have had our little Nicene Creed, whether yours is written out or printed out, bound by the colors of the EIME, cast with our blood or our saliva. And every time we do the conspiracy, that is what we are chanting on to right all the wrongs that have come as a consequence of that event, the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, from March 20th to August 25th. Feel me? And so we're gonna round out that, but that ain't gonna be the end of conspiracy to right all wrongs. That's just gonna be the end of this phase, which was centered around the Council of Nicaea. You so cute. You're being real squishy right now. You're being real squishy. Anyway, you're so fine. Even though you made me mad today. Yeah, you did. What? What you want? Big old squishy butt. Anyway, yes, QB, yeah. So all you have to do for that, QB is asking about. Y'all shedding like crazy. QB is asking about powwows. Powwows. It's pow-wows. I think it's .org. I want to say it's .org or .com. Powwows, but with a dash in between pow and wow. .org or .com. And then it'll give you a little search engine where you can search your state or states near you and find out the schedule. Ugh, God, y'all shedding like hell. You gonna have to get down, boy. Damn. You shedding like crazy. God, dog it. Where you can find, but you know what powwow season is? They don't do powwows during the summer typically because it's so hot in most places. You might find some in like northern regions, but in the south, southeast, southwest, typically powwow season ends in May. Typically powwow season ends in May and begins in late September when the weather finally cools off. There aren't too many places that hold powwows in the summertime because it's just too hot and people are outside dancing all day. Damn, I didn't realize how bad he was shedding. God, oh, sorry. That's crazy. Shit. They didn't shed like this last year. Child, they just letting loose everywhere. God, dog. Whew. I have to do something about that. Dang. Anyway, all right. So, okay, yeah. So yeah, and you're in Nebraska. Where did you say you was at? Nebraska or some shit? Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, that's far up and that's far enough north that I guess y'all won't like. Yeah. Oh, Nevada. Damn, that's you in Nevada. That's hot. But anyway, cool. Whatever. Yeah, powwows are worth going to, and a lot of them, depending upon where you are these days, a lot of them are becoming what they call intertribals. And so, what an intertribal is, it used to be back in the old days that powwows were just tribal powwows. So, when I was growing up, we would go to Cherokee powwows, and it was just Cherokee Nation, or Choctaw powwow, and it'd just be Choctaw Nation. I grew up in Alabama, so but I still had a lot of family in Mississippi and in Louisiana and in Georgia and in Florida. So anywhere we were, typically there would be powwow. So the nation would depend upon where we were at any given time. And it was just straight nation powwows. But these days, a lot of nations will get together and do what are called intertribals, meaning more than one tribe at a single, like represented at or hosting a single powwow. and and so the reason that and so even as an adult, I started going back to powwows. I'd say maybe at around 28, 29 years old, I started going to powwows again. And when I was going a lot in Florida. When I was in Florida, like I was going a lot. Like during the height of season, which is usually like September through like December, around like the Thanksgiving, like the those 2 months before and 2 months after Thanksgiving are really big times in powwow, in native country. And so I was going to a lot of powwows. I was going a lot and spending way too much money a lot at powwows. But when I was getting ready to leave Florida a couple of years prior, there was something really cool that was happening. The first time I saw it was I saw in Florida in Winter Garden, just outside of Orlando. I went to a powwow and they had an Azteca crew, a whole Azteca like contingent that was a part of the intertribal. That was the first time I'd seen like Aztec dance, indigenous dance. That was dope. And then it came out to California this all the time, everywhere, Mayan Azteca dance. But the other thing that was happening was, as a part of the intertribals, they started inviting West African dance groups to the powwows as a part of the what do they call it? The intertribal contingent. They started having Ghanaian dance groups and Nigerian dance groups, because there's a lot in that area. They started having a lot. You started to see a much heavier presence of Black indigenous dance culture represented at the intertribals. I haven't seen that yet out here in California, but that was happening. That was beginning to happen a lot when I was in Florida, and I left Florida in 2017 and 2017-ish. Well, 2016, because I moved into Oyotunji African Village in 2016. So I left Florida in 2016, the end of 2016, to go to Oyotunji, and then from there we left the South in 2018, in the spring of 2018. But yeah, so that was really cool. And then also, even when I was in Oyotunji, there was a reservation not far from Oyotunji. It was the Yemisi tribe, maybe 20 minutes from the village. And they had intertribal, because the village was right down the street. So sometimes they would invite Oyotunji, like if they could get dancers from Oyotunji African Village to participate in the intertribal on Yemisi reservation. So I went 1 year. Yeah, I've shown y'all pictures of my time at Yemisi, on Yemisi reservation at one of their intertribals. Yep. So anyway, that's that. But I wanted to talk to y'all about this thing that I was thinking about today, because I've been having a lot of people send me a lot of videos and a lot of articles, because I've been telling y'all to collect information and send it to me or keep it or whatever, that is like the evidence that our conspiracies are working. You feel me? Somebody, as a matter of fact, Tajali sent me something today about this dude. What's this annoying child's name? Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. Can we just be done with him once for all already? This loudmouth lunatic. Can we just be done with him already? Like, can we just be done with him? You feel me? But anyway, so like him and and others, right? A lot of names have come through, and we talked a little bit the last time I was on live about the oddness of this this brother. Those two incidences within 2 days of each other. The dude who got set on fire, and then the brother supposedly who just happened to be the son of a retired LAPD officer, which I still find so fascinating. But anyway, within 24, 48 hours of each other. Oh, I saw that too. Oh, we need to be done with him too. Like his name need to go on the list. Not only go on the list, he need to unhand everybody's shit. Everybody that ever donated to him, everybody that ever gave him anything. Ooh, I am having deja vu so goddamn hard right this minute. Ooh, ugh, ugh, ugh. Mm, mm. Ah. Ooh. Damn. Damn. Anyway, let me not get off. Yeah, he collected over $1 million and they purchased a single building. Feel me? Not only that, he is forever blaspheming Black women. He is forever harming and mistreating and talking venom on Black women. Muzzle his mouth already. Muzzle his mouth already. So anyway, in lieu of this thing Tajali sent me earlier today about all these billionaires, you feel me? These quote mysterious deaths of billionaires. That's not enough. That's not enough. So I'm gonna read what I put in under this video in the description. Yes, 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 and then some, and then some. You feel me? But underneath, so you can reread what I have written, but I'm gonna read it to you. And I'm not gonna put this as like an addition to our conspiracy. Somebody else said that Fontello Tyson, they not dying, they're going underground. Somebody else said this, and I'm not opposed to that being the idea, but I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to think on that, because you're the third person I've heard say that. It is legal here to fake a death. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to think on that. I'm gonna have to think on it. Because I'm not opposed to this being a possibility, but I also am quite I am quite I'm quite amped on the I'm quite amped at the idea. As a matter of fact, I am most amped at the idea that we should be. Hold on. Let me go plug my phone up. What I was saying is, it's not far-fetched at all to me, for me to accept, it's 11:11, to accept the possibility that these guys are going underground. However, as I will commit to looking into this deeper and forming a more profound, I know what you meant, a more profound opinion, a deeper opinion about it. I want y'all to also keep this in mind, that yes, I know that that these dudes be plotting and scheming and all of this stuff. I get it. But the one thing I'm always trying to warn you guys about is about yielding power that they don't deserve. Because, and what I mean by that is, it's very easy for us to slip into conspiracy theories that empower our fucking enemy. Oh, they ain't really dead, they underground waiting and okay, yes, I know they have built bunkers, child. I am the master of fucking conspiracy theories. I get it. But I also know that this is the period of the reclamation of power. And so I choose for right now, not to say that I have taken a hard line, but I choose for right now to accept that our conspiracy is working. That's what I choose to accept right now. Does not mean that I am not going to go deeper into these things and maybe formulate a different opinion. But for right now, I choose to accept that our conspiracy is working. That's what I choose to accept. That's what I choose to do with what this information is. The information being presented to us is to accept that our conspiracy is working, is to further empower, is to further deepen the crisis. That's our responsibility. Our responsibility in this moment is to deepen the crisis of our opposition. Our responsibility in this moment. I got to get one more thing. Let me get my notes. Our responsibility is to forever deepen the crisis of our opposition. Not only deepen the crisis of our opposition, constantly make ourselves the X factor that they did not count on. So when I started, I was saying that what I'm plotting and scheming is dumb. It really, to anybody that reads it once you get it, that hears it once you hear it, is going to be like, this bitch is really, like, that's it. She done lost her shit. She done lost her whole entire goddamn mind. Y'all are going to say that. Every last one of you are going to say that. When I finally tell you what it is, every one of you is going to have that moment where they're like, this bitch is actually crazy. And then after you get over the initial shock of how stupid this thing is, then you're going to say, oh, fuck, this bitch is a genius. This shit is this crazy. This shit is this dumb. This shit is this stupid. And this shit might actually work. This bitch is actually a genius. This shit might actually work. It's gonna be like that. And I'm telling y'all that because one, I choose to believe that everything that presents as a crisis for our enemy is the evidence that our conspiracy is working. everything that presents as a crisis that our enemy has to clean up, has to get in front of, has to deliberately hide, has deliberately change up, like some random dude walking in with a gold AK-47 to go visit the NFL office, and it's just a convenient side footnote that the goddamn cop he killed is named Islam, and it's a convenient ass footnote that the one of the people who caught a stray bullet because he went on the wrong elevator just happened to be the CEO of Blackstone. Everything, every mess they try to clean up, I choose to accept that it is the evidence that our conspiracy is working. That's what I choose. That's what I choose. And my ego is lifted. My ego is fattened every time I some shit like that. Yes, it is. I'm like, look at these audacious bitches out here changing the game. Look at these audacious bitches out here changing the fucking game. Not only changing the game, honey, staging a whole new field, a whole new course, a whole new chessboard. Not only have we changed the game, we done changed the way the chessboard look. We done changed the way all the pieces look. Like we done threw all these unexpected wrenches. They don't know where the wrenches coming from. Where all these wrenches coming from? Fucking, we become the cog in the goddamn machine that they still have not even factored. All these lowly bitches, they just saying they little bullshitting ass prayer. They little conspiracy. Oh, that's cute. Uh-huh. We the cog, bitch. We the cog. You know, we the cog. Because they doing everything in their might and everything in their power, and this shit is still falling apart at the seams. Falling apart at the seams. Falling apart at the seams. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Okay. So let me tell you again, I don't know how this is just what came through me today, and it came quick, and I was feeling away. And but this is what I wrote. Maybe it's an addition because initially okay, it's working, it's working, it's working. The global conspiracy to right all wrongs is working. We cast on November 19th, 2024, is still reverberating. Now let's focus on the rest talk to you about. Let's focus on the reclamation of what is ours. Run us our money. Run us our lands. Run us our lives. Us our unpaid and underpaid labor, all the way back through all our ancestral lines. Run us our stolen money in the form of being chronically overtaxed. Run us our, let me auto speech correct as I go. Run us our social wealth in the form of the stolen lives of our young people who have lost their lives in the form of the prison industrial complex. Run us our money for the planned premature deaths of all of our communities due to environmental racism. Run us our stolen collective social wealth from all the Black cities that were destroyed and erased from history. Run us our reparations from the era of lynchings and legal murder that continue to today. Justice and vengeance and retribution is ours. Run us our happiness. Run us our pleasure. Run us our peace. Run us our peace. We destroy every single obstacle to our abundance, our sovereignty, pleasure, ecstasy, joy, and harmonious lives, and our joyful reunion with the Divine Mother. We are her blade, her shield, her axe, her hammer, her fire, her all billionaires and their descendants and all their connections and supporters are judged guilty. All organizations and corporations on earth who have or continue to cause all suffering, harm, and despair are judged guilty. All slave owners and their descendants and colonizers past, present, and future are judged guilty. Every politician who has lied, betrayed, schemed to exploit, schemed to exploit are now judged guilty. Every religious leader, preacher, teacher who has caused harm in any way, especially to children, are judged guilty. Everyone who has contributed to or participated in the deliberate harming of children, child care, foster system, medical system, psyche system, child trafficking, ritualistic, all religions, breeding of children during slavery, the commodification of children in any way, are judged most guilty with most severe punishment. Everyone who has or currently supports genocide, colonization, slavery, oppression, femicide, infanticides are judged guilty. The Roman Catholic Church is judged guilty. Judaism is judged guilty. Islam is judged guilty. Buddhism is judged guilty. Cults that have caused harm to women and children are judged guilty. Governments are judged guilty. Patriarchy is judged guilty. All murderers and rapists are judged guilty. All harm causing, quote, doctors, scientists, white collar criminals, presidents, kings, rulers, emperors, queens, nobility, popes, imams, rabbis, philosophers, magician, magi, all are judged guilty. To all those judged guilty, your punishment will suit your crime times 999, as this is the Mother's divine judgment, her divine will. Redemption is possible for some, but the cost for redemption is equal to the sum of your crimes and transgressions. We now call the Furies to carry out our judgment harshly, publicly, and with undeniable evidence that this is our Mother's will be done. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever, throughout all timelines, throughout every dimension, and all space in between. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy Wata, known by 10,000 names, has returned to right every wrong, to undo every harm, to restore universal harmony. She, as Oya Sekhmet Kali Pele Lilith Hecate, has come to erase the past to ash, to destroy it all. She, as Durga, Oshun, and Anna Bastet, Ishkel, Aphrodite, has come to assist in destruction, providing love, beauty, and divine guidance. Ma'at, Libre, Yemaya, and all the like, and the many will simultaneously create, construct, design, renew a more beautiful way of being. This is her will. You hear me? You hear me? You hear me? I felt like we had to be a little. I love our conspiracy, and we will continue to recite our conspiracy, but I don't think our conspiracy said enough about running us our money, running us our motherfucking money, running us our abundance, run us our shit. It's not enough. It's not enough to bury a billionaire, bitch, when a billionaire got kids, when a billionaire got descendants, when a billionaire got a goddamn evil ass legacy. Continue to exploit. Run us our shit. Run us our shit. Goddamn no inheritance tax when all your inheritances came at somebody else's goddamn expense. Nope. Run us our shit. Not just our shit, our mama shit, our grandmama shit, our great great grandmama shit, our great 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 grandmama shit, our great 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 grandmama shit, and all the way back. 14 generations at least. And I say further back than that. Run us our shit back all the way back about 6,000 years. Y'all owe us 6,000 years of motherfucking back pay, bitch. Y'all owe us about 6,000 years of back pay. And we coming for our shit. At least 6,000 years of back pay. Okay. We come, please believe we coming for our shit. So just it's not enough to get excited about some names and some headlines and some RIP. Rest in pay. Rest in pay. Rest in penance. Yours can't thrive when ours do not. So I'm gonna need you to run us our shit. What is it that they guesstimate? Everybody that live on the planet right now, everybody alive on the planet right now, everybody been born on the planet right now, that's 8.5 billion people on the earth right now. And that they at birth they are valued at $8.1 million. Run us our money. Run us our shit. If it means bankrupting every government and we got to figure out on our own how to rule us, that's all right. We'll figure it out. Run us our money. Run us our 8.1. That's a starting point. That's a starting point. Run us our 8.1. It's just the starting point, child. It's just the starting point. It's just the starting point. But for right now, run us our 8.1. And I mean everybody. I mean on every continent. I mean everybody. Run us our 8.1. Run us our 8.1. And we can give a unhand our shit and we can solve our own problems. We don't need no government. We don't need no men in positions of power nowhere on the whole of the globe. Not only do we not need men in positions of power, we do not need vagina possessing motherfuckers who still got males living in their skull in positions of power neither. So don't. So don't. So don't. Run us out. Listen. Come on, Java Watson. It's funny that that's the number that they came to, is that everybody is worth $8.1 million when they born, right? Reducing to number 9. I'm just saying, it's just everywhere. She just everywhere, like in your face, like bitch. Yup, 8.1. That's 9. Yup, run us checks. Run us the check. It's me, bitch. Run us the checks. Not the checks. I want payment in gold. I want payment in silver. I want payment in copper. I want payment in land. When I say run us our money, I mean that specifically. I ain't talking about no paper fiat currency. I'm talking about hard dividends, bitch. I'm talking about land. As a matter of fact, let me just say, who hears this shit and is not instantly moved, your ass is a psychopath. Because y'all always hollering about why women gold diggers and this and that and this and that. And then be turning around out the other side of your mouth talking about, but we got to go 50-50 and shit. Do you know that just siding with women on this one question, men, and you say you just want a woman so bad, don't you know that siding with a woman just on this conspiracy, just on this shit right here, could change your whole life? Could change your whole existence, because now you got bread and she got bread. So now y'all ain't got no choice but to come to the table as equals to get to learn and know the true you, the true self, your true self. Because now money is not the issue. Money don't matter because we all got it. Not because we all poor, bitch, because we all got it. Now you move all of the necessity out of the way. Necessity is no longer something that even exists in your lexicon. Don't even exist in your lexicon no more, because we all abundant. We all abundant. And once we all abundant, now we can begin to develop the true us. The true developing evolutionary us can spring forward. You feel me? Now you as a man, there are no expectations of you either. Everything that you do now, because we all come to the table as equals, you feel me? Now you ain't got to do superfluous little shit. You ain't got to be playing no games or nothing like that. Like, you can truly be your true self. You can truly be free to like evolve. You feel me? Because now it ain't no contest about resources and no dumbass shit like that. So shame goes out the window. Why? Because you can be your true you, because of the great harmonizer is not death. The great harmonizer is abundance, is global abundance. That's the great equalizer. That's the great harmonizer. That once we all completely eradicate the concept of need, of necessity, of want, what could you possibly want when you have access to all that is? What could you possibly long for or need when that is removed from the human lexicon? Now you are literally freed up to live. What's the name Mary Daly teach us? Is the great sin of patriarchy is to live, is to be. That is the greatest sin. Isn't that something? The greatest sin in patriarchy is for you to have the ability to live, child, to live. That ain't my opinion. That's the etymology of the word sin. Is to live, to be. She is Mother Moon. Is to live. Well, of course it makes sense. Is that a stretch? Of course it makes sense that the greatest sin in a murder death cult would be for one to experience true life. For one to experience what it means to truly be, to truly live. Doesn't that make sense? If a murder death cult thrives on murder and death and ritualistic martyrdom, aka suicide, of course the greatest sin would be to live. Of course the greatest sin would be to be on your own terms, to be in your most harmonious way. That ain't no stretch. That ain't no stretch. That's the only way that martyrdom can be glorified, is in a death cult. The greatest sacrifice one can make is to die for others. And so you, being the disciple of a death cult, look forward to your martyrdom. And it's not just in Christianity, because it's the basis behind why men were so willing to commit ritual suicide in Japan and call that shit honorable, that it is more honorable to fall on one's own blade than to bring shame to the family name. Oh, madness. To have such a disdain for life, to have such a disdain for the flesh that you raise up its harm as honorable, that you would get in a plane with a promise of some what do you call it, what's the word, some utopia in an afterlife that guarantees you 30 virgins if you are willing to blow up the flesh ordained by your mother, and call this honorable. Call this an honorable death, kamikazes, an honorable death, suicide bombers, an honorable death, soldiers in America, an honorable death, an honorable death, martyrdom, self-sacrifice, the ultimate slap in the face of your mother. The ultimate slap in the face of your mother is to cut yourself completely off from her in the taking of your own life, and it be held up as martyrdom, as honorable, as some child. What was that famous picture supposedly in protest of maybe it was the Vietnam War. I think it was a Shaolin monk. What's it called? It's called what is the word? Is it embolism? Immolation. Thank you. Self-immolation. I knew somebody was going. Yes, self-immolation. He's sitting in meditation style, not moving as he's burning himself alive. the ultimate slap in the face of his mother, of the one true God that he actually knew, forever searching for some shit that don't exist while stepping over the bodies of the one true God you actually knew, your mama, who was ever present, but you reviled her so much, forever searching for a mythological motherfucker in the sky that never existed. Royal says, is fasting in Islam is about suffering for others. Lies from the mythological hell it was born out of. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. That's why I told y'all will never have me tell y'all to fast. That does not mean that it does not serve some people. That does not mean that there aren't benefits to temporary fasts. But it does mean is I won't be the one telling you your ass need to fast for shit. That's not me. That's not me. And I'm also never going to tell you some shit that is emphatic. I'm never going to tell you some shit that is emphatic. I will say that as your teacher, and I'm assuming I'm teaching you because y'all listening, as a teacher to you, as one of many I am sure you have had or will have. This is my position based on my understanding and my participation in said things that I either am in alignment with or in opposition with. Even those things that I am in opposition with, bitch, I have done. So my opposition is based on experience, not on some shit that sound good or don't sound good. My opposition is based on experience. So I'm never going to tell you do or to not do some shit that I have not already done, period. If I tell you not to do something, it's going to be because I had an experience. Still don't mean it's emphatic. You might say, I fuck with what she talking about. Or you might say, you know what? Just like her, I am going to be my own best experiment. And even though she said don't do it, I'm going to go do it to find out for myself how I feel in my own body about this thing that I have done or not done. And you know what? I'd be like, that's right on. Do what you need to do for you. I try to keep the shit the most easy and direct route to what it is we trying to create to help you sidestep bullshit that I had to walk the rough way through. You feel me? But at the end of the day, you have a decision to make based on these experiences that I've had. I fuck with what she say, and I'm gonna take this as a gift for me to be able to bypass bullshit that I don't necessarily need to go through and I don't need to experience. And I'll be like, right on. Or even though she said don't do it because this was her personal experience, it was still her personal experience. And Spirit is telling me maybe I need to have my own peculiar experience before I come to a conclusion about what I'm going to do for my life, because this is what it means for you to be a self-sovereign. We all our own religion. Yo, every last one of us is our own religion. Every last one of us is our own religion. Every last one of us is our own spiritual tradition. Yep. And while I can teach you, it don't mean I'm going to command of you. Nope. Don't mean that. While I can teach you and help to attempt to help you navigate some shit you don't have to go through, because some of this shit is just obstacles put in front of you by that old patriarchal motherfucker living in your skull. You feel me? And then some shit you may find very necessary to go through. And that is for you to discern based on the efficacy of how I present said information. Feel me? But how does that change our worldview if we no longer need each other for resources? Yeah. Experiencing true life puts us close. I live for the day when the word need is taken out of the dictionary. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see. That was always a sadistic ass thing to teach while saying life is suffering. Yes, yes, yes. What should be written in stone, Java Watson? What should be written in stone? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're referring to. I prefer a religion that encourages me to flick my bean and one that says I have to abstain from a double cheeseburger. Okay. 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 First of all, you can pretty much bank on, you can pretty much guarantee, you can pretty much conclude, deduce that if it does not give you pleasure in some form or fashion, I'm not gonna be the one telling you to do that shit. I don't give a fuck what the fuck it is. I don't care what the fuck it is. As a matter of fact, there is this comment I've been thinking about. I don't know why I thought about this just now. But there is this common idea that in order for sacred ceremony to be sacred, that you have to fast before the ceremony, you have to abstain before the ceremony, and that the worst possible thing that you can do during sacred ceremony is to engage in sexual intercourse. And QB, listen, I'm telling you, I'm of the personal position that not only should we be reciting, or we can't recite while we have an orgasm. That's what I'm saying. Get the either the musical version to be playing in the background. For me, I'm a very visual person, so I have to watch pornography. Okay, sometimes I can like think back on pleasurable moments that I was engaged in, but typically I have to watch pornography to masturbate, right? And so whatever it is that you need to do to get there. If you have a partner, I currently do not have a sex life partner. Oh, let's see. Sounds like holding you back from. I do not have. I'm not engaged in regular sexual activity right now. So my abstinence is involuntary. You feel me? But I still masturbate daily, many times daily. And so that will be my practice unless I look up and find somebody that I am willing to share my sexual pleasure with on the 8-8 portal. Don't know. I don't know. We might have to wait till the next day because it's just very, 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 very important. I'm saying this because I went for the last 2 years during the 8-8 portal because one of my friends, his birthday is the week of the 8-8 portal. And so for the last 2 years, he and his partner had been organizing ayahuasca ceremony out in the desert, because there's also that week of the 8-8 portal is a massive meteor shower every year that week. And so we had been doing ayahuasca outside so that we could watch the meteor shower. And typically our first day of ayahuasca was on the 8-8 portal. And so this last August, a year ago, I said, look, yo, I said, I know that y'all be real hardcore about this, like abstaining from sex and like hardcore, tasteless, unpleasurable food for 6 weeks before ceremony. I've never done dieta. They call it dieta, the diet that you do in preparation for ayahuasca. I've never done it. Not once. I've never done it. And so they're like, you only can go so deep unless you do dieta. And baby, Chad, she took me on a whole motherfucking run where y'all doing dieta for 6 weeks, talking about the fractals and your grandmothers. Bitch, I ate right up until the moment that we took the medicine, and she was like, "Oh, okay, you a real one. Let's go, let's go. I'm taking you all the way in, all the way in, all the way in." So I ain't trying to hear that shit. She say a blunt and a 40 ounce. So I'm telling my home, I'm telling my friends, I'm like, look, I said, this is my personal opinion. I'm gonna share it with you. You do with it what you want to do with it. I said, but as soon as I found out, we're gonna be outside. Under this freaking meteor shower on this most powerful week, I was like, it just seems like this is a timely opportunity to power up your ceremony, share it with others, let them make a choice. But my personal opinion is we need to be fucking. And I'm not talking about each other. I'm just saying the day of, we need to be engaged in some kind of sexual activity, at least before we go into ceremony. We need to be getting our rocks off. We out here in the desert. The place that it is the same place I'm talking to y'all about my birthday party. It's in the middle of a portal. Not only is it in the middle of a portal, the residents, you can literally see San Andreas Fault from the house. It's like just several yards. The actual fault line, you can see the actual fault line is literally yards from the main house. San Andreas Fault. Now, why is that important? Because I'm always telling y'all that when they did the research, these archaeologists and shit did this damn research, and they were saying, what is the common denominator of all of the temples that the oracles were in, that resided in, whether it was cave temples or whether it was mountaintop temples or this and this and this and this. What was it about these places that housed the oracles? What was it? Was it energy centers? Was it ley lines? Was it this and this and this and this? And what they discovered is, in the places where the oracles were housed all over, like so-called the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and Europe, they started finding writings by local people of stories of goats and other livestock acting crazy around these same places. So they was like, what is it? Because they say the goats were acting crazy. Okay. So they do this archaeological dig in Greece somewhere, and where this story was very prominent of the goats and the other livestock, but they kept pointing out the goats and other livestock were acting crazy in areas where temples to oracles had been built. Know what the common denominator was? That these temples were frequently, the majority of the temples were built on top of fault lines. The majority of the temples were built on fault lines. And what they discovered is that even in fault lines that had been dormant for many, many, many years, that the constant motion underneath the fault lines, the constant motion of the magma against the rock surfaces underneath the fault line was sending out invisible. You couldn't see the vapors, but sending out these invisible vapors, this energy, these invisible vapors that were hallucinogenic. I saw a whole long ass, it was an archaeological piece trying to disprove the divinatory power of the oracles. What they were looking for was evidence to disprove or to dispel that these women were having visions, right? And what they ended up doing was proving the reason that they had, quote, visions. They said, oh, it was simple hallucinations, was because every single temple that they did these archaeological digs around, they found that these temples had been built on top of fault lines, and that the stories are in the areas of livestock acting crazy once they got, and a lot of them also had springs, like water sources, right? And so you'll see a lot of old drawings where you'll see, like, as a matter of fact, if you watch movies like Indiana Jones, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, and every time they go into a cave, there just happens to be like a fountain or a pool in the middle of the cave. that was another thing that was common in a lot of the oracle and a lot of those Sibylline temples and shit, was typically a water source that was either in the place or funneled from a local spring into the space. And the heat from the fault line and the constant motion of the magma, because it's magma when it's under a fault line, it's lava when it's coming out of a volcano. The constant movement underneath the fault line of the magma creating this kind of energetic thing. So let me tell you what had happened. So as soon as the owner of the land was like, yeah, you know, the land, so it's 125 acres of land that I was telling y'all about. Yeah, the land literally cradles the fault, the San Andreas fault. Maybe you can see the fault line from the front porch of the house. I'm buzzing everywhere just telling y'all the shit. And so the dude, who is a regular everyday white boy, he is from Cincinnati. He is a regular everyday ass, you know, white guy on this property, right? And he said, you know, there's spirits on this land. I was like, okay. Yeah, this is the birthday spot. Yes. He's like, you know, there's spirits on this land. I was like, okay. I said, what's the evidence of that? Because this is some random ass upper middle class white boy talking to me about spirits on the land and how he has to make offerings regularly to appease the land, or she be on here sabotaging his shit. I said, what you mean sabotaging your shit? This is the first night we ever met, me and this guy, because we went for the ayahuasca ceremony, and on the second night I'm like, I'm not taking no medicine, I'm not doing ayahuasca. So I'm down at the property is enormous, so I'm down at the other house. There's a hot spring and a lake at the other house, and so I'm down there by myself in the hot spring, and he comes out from a meeting and he was like, do you mind if I hang out with you? I was like, nah. He is like, do you eat mushrooms? I was like, hell yeah, I eat mushrooms. So we ate some mushrooms, drank some beer, and we watched the meteor shower from the other house. Ended up talking for like 5 hours. He was like, yeah, you know, there's a spirit on this land and she will not let fuck shit happen on the land. He said the last woman that owned the land, well, tried to steal the land from him. They were partners trying to broker this deal together. And he went out of town, like a loved one had passed away. He was out of town for like a month. A family member had passed away or something. And she was trying to like broker a deal behind his back where she became the greater shareholder of this property or whatever. And he said he came back to chaos because this girl had been plotting and scheming behind his back, and she went crazy. I said, what do you mean she went crazy? I said, he said, Cassandra, I mean, she lost her fucking mind and ended up being institutionalized. I said, what? He said, I'm trying to tell you. He said, I was messed up because I was gone for a month, couldn't get away from what I was doing. And I came back and found out the thing was trying to happen behind my back with our investors and this, that, and the other. And he said, I didn't even have to fight. He said, I didn't even have to fight as hard as I thought I was going to have to. This bitch literally went crazy. Ended up hospitalized, like Baker acted. And he said the shit just fell in my lap, really. I said, goddamn. Then the third night, let me get some more water. What's up, big head? What's up, big head, baby? So anyway, the third night, I'm gonna tell y'all something else I haven't said out loud. That first night that we met and we talked, we were doing mushrooms and watching this crazy, spectacular meteor shower in the sky. He had lawn chairs set up right in the center of this space where the spring is. And we're looking up, and the meteor shower was massive. And it happened in correspondence with a new moon. So the sky was pitch black. It was brilliant. We're talking, and we're like, oh, there's another one. And then I look over it. This is the first time I'm even saying this shit out loud, y'all. I haven't said this to anybody. I haven't even written it in my journal because and I had not eaten a gang of mushrooms. I mean, I'd ate, a healthy amount, but it wasn't nothing like crazy. I looked over at this guy who was sitting on this lawn chair next to me. Y'all, and he looked like a gray. I'm literally rubbing my eyes like this because I'm like, I know I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Oh, I got the heebie-jeebie. I have never said this shit out loud. I was like, okay, I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. I know I'm a scientist. I can talk myself out of ceremony, especially mushrooms. I'd be like, I'm tripping. And then my mind will be right. I'm rubbing my eyes. I look again. And I literally stopped breathing. He was like, are you okay? As he is looking at me straight on, asking me, am I okay? He looked like a straight up gray. This dude is tall too. He is like 6'3" maybe. Tall, slender, white guy, regular, everyday looking, suit and tie guy, upper middle class, regular guy. He looked at me again and I was like, he was like, are you okay? I was like, eyes completely dark, skin completely gray. Where his mouth should have been just looked like a like a blast. It didn't look like a mouth, it looked like a black mass. I'm sitting here watching him say, are you okay? And all I see is a fucking actual gray. I had to look away. He's still talking. I was like, I just need a minute. He was like, are you tweaking? I was like, I think so. I was like, but I just need a minute. He was like, did I scare you? He's like, why are you acting like that? I was like, I just need a minute. I just need a minute. And I looked away for a long time, y'all. The third time I looked back at him, he's being completely nice, not being weird in any fucking way possible. You understand? And I looked, and he was a full on gray. I was like, I said, I got to get up for a minute. I think I just need to go to the bathroom. When I came back, he was fine. But let me just say, because Ken says, see, this one, that's why I've never done shrooms. But I'm going to tell you, in all of my years, and I have been eating mushrooms for a long motherfucking time. In all my years, I have never had what would be considered a bad experience on mushrooms. That's why I preferred mushrooms to all other psychedelics, because I've never had, it's damn near impossible to have, quote, a bad trip on mushrooms. Unless your ass is just, it's damn near impossible. It's damn near impossible to have a bad trip on mushrooms. And overall, that trip was not bad. But I was like, fuck, am I like, I I still haven't made sense of it. I'll be honest. I'm like, what am I seeing? What is this supposed to be teaching me or telling me? Like, what am I seeing right now? Because I've never seen an alien. My dad's always told me he saw him a lot when he was a kid. I've never seen no alien. Goddamn. Java wants. Girl, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh Lord have mercy. She said the conversation was getting too intense. She had to lighten that shit up. Oh my God in heaven. Oh fuck. Oh, y'all cut it out. Y'all ain't hard. Cut it out. Ugh. Your ass is a trip. Oh shit. Anyway, how did I get on that? Yeah, yeah, but anyway, so the third day we were doing I did do ayahuasca the third day. This is the first time. We did do ayahuasca the third day. I did like a half a dose. You feel me? So like a quarter of a dose. Because I was like, first of all, it was too many people. I was like, this cannot be a good idea for this many people to be doing ayahuasca together. It's like 52 fucking people outside on the grass for the first time. We're all doing it outside for the first time under a meteor shower during the 8/8 portal. The third night, I was like, I can't be out here with all these white people by myself doing no whole dose of ayahuasca. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Plus, I'm gonna be on the outskirts. So everybody, it was blankets and pallets and sleeping bags strewn all over all over the yard, right? Because the yard in the back is enormous. So we all strode out. They all like piled up on top of each other. I was like, if I need to get the fuck up out of here, I need to get the fuck right up out of here. So everybody was spanned out. And I am on the very, very end, on the very, very tip, closest to the house in the bathroom. Because I'm like, and I'm under this tree. It was a weeping willow. That tree saved my life. I'm convinced of it. That tree saved my life. I'm just trying to tell you, that tree, that I was literally right up under this weeping willow. And every time I felt myself like on the verge of freaking out, every single time, y'all, and it was so hot at night. At night, it was hot because we did it in August every year. That night, it was so hot. Woof. It was monstrously hot in the desert. I'm trying to wear as little clothes as possible because it's hot and it's very difficult to be comfortable on that medicine. So I'm like, and I'm under the tree, and every time I feel like I'm about to freak out, which was often, it's like that tree would start talking to me. But I'm not talking about, and like every time I would feel myself on the brink of like freaking out of nowhere, that tree would start to move. Every time. Otherwise, it was bone still. It was like every time I was just on the edge of being like, oh, like about to flip the fuck out. It was like this tree was like, just calm down. Just calm down. That tree saved my life. It made me think about that. Of course, it made me think about a movie. It made me think about that damn movie. You remember that movie John Travolta was in? Phenomenon. That's what it's called. I think that was what. Is that what it was called? I think it was called Phenomenon. About John Travolta, just a regular everyday guy in a regular everyday small town, nothing exceptional about him. And then all of a sudden, one night, he sees a bright light, and he thinks that he had come into contact with an alien or something because he sees this bright light and it knocks him out, and all of a sudden, he's brilliant. Like he can speak multiple languages. He can do things he's never done. He can move things with his mind. And the FBI hears about him and they start following him or whatever. And because he was doing miraculous shit, like miraculous fucking shit out of nowhere. And so he starts telling a story about a bright light coming out of the sky, and he thinks he was abducted by aliens or whatever. Come to find out he had cancer, and that the tumor had affected a part of his brain, that accelerated what we would call like extrasensory abilities. But the reason that he had developed these abilities was because he was dying from cancer. He had a tumor. And it's a great movie. But there's a scene in the movie where, I don't know if any of you remember that. There was a series of movies that came out around that same time that were like really, really dope because it was like that kind of theme, like that movie Powder too, about the kid who was born albino. And that movie was good, and it was sad, but it was good. Like, it was sad, so be prepared to cry if you're gonna watch it. But it's one of those movies that even though you know you're gonna cry every time you watch it, you're gonna watch it every time it comes on because it's great. It's fucking phenomenal. This movie Phenomenon with John Travolta, this movie Powder with this other kid. There was a whole little series of those type movies about regular everyday people who were actually extraordinary for some odd, off, inexplicable reason. You feel me? Anyway, there was a scene in the movie with John Travolta where the powers that he was developing were coming down so fast and so rapidly, and he was solving so many problems. That to me was the thing that was really extraordinary about the movie, was when he acquired this power that his brain was like working overtime. The first thing he wanted to do was solve all of his community's problems. Oh, it was really a great movie. Like, they were experiencing a drought, and so he wanted to use his new brain to solve the irrigation issues so that the community could grow bigger and better produce without any harm to the earth, right? Like, he learned in a few minutes how to perform CPR and first aid so that he could, but he couldn't just administer CPR and first aid. He had to learn like Portuguese or some shit. So he learned conversational Portuguese in a 10-minute road trip so he could go help this person that he then had to administer CPR and first aid to. I said, the fuck? It was just great. It was a really good movie. But because his brain was working harder than it ever had, and he was acquiring so much information so rapidly, it was causing other health problems because his body had not evolved at the same rate that his brain was, and it was like overtaxing him, right? And it was causing a kind of chaotic frustration in his head, right? And so he learned or he taught himself something, but in it, the way he learned to self-soothe, right, was this relationship that we have with trees. And so whenever he would feel himself getting overwhelmed, he would watch the top of the trees that are most easily moved by the wind. And this was the only thing that could bring him down out of his head, y'all. That's what that willow did for me that night. It was the first thing I thought about, was like, oh, this is what he was talking about. Because I'm telling you, before it even happened, I could feel the panic coming. And it was like this tree was fucking a part of me, y'all. As soon as I could feel my own heart rate speed up, the tree would be like trying to pull me back. Child, listen. Anyway, I don't even know why I got on telling y'all this story. I don't even fucking remember. But anyway. But yes, to all of those who asked, yes, I know I still haven't sent y'all the shit yet. But yes, what I was thinking the other day, I'll just go ahead and tell you, because he did call the other day and ask if I was still talking about doing it. But so what I am thinking is which I think is very, very inexpensive. So we'll be there from Sunday morning. So we check in Sunday morning. So it'd be Sunday morning to Monday morning to Tuesday morning. So Sunday, Monday. I think we check out on Tuesday. So it's only 3 days. It's Sunday to Monday, Monday to Tuesday. We check out Tuesday. So it's 3 days and 2 nights. Yeah, 3 days and 2 nights. And so what I'm thinking is $333 each, and that will cover the cost of the space and for all the food. The cost for the space and for all the food for 3 nights. I mean, for 2 nights and 3 days, which is nothing. Because, like I said, because He's giving me the homegirl hookup. He's giving me the lowest possible rate that he can give me without like, causing a red flag with his business partners. And that had to be that we don't have an actual weekend. We have, we check in on Sunday, which is the day of my birthday. So Sunday, September 14th. And we check out on the 16th, Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday at noon, we check out. Okay. So that's the very, very short synopsis. After I get off here, I'm telling you is what I'm going to do next. Okay. So anyway, that's 333 is what I'm thinking. So, which is nothing. If you do it now, you can probably get airline tickets from wherever, because flying to California is fucking cheap. It's fucking cheap. Flying from California is cheap. I mean, the last time I went to, which was Alabama, which is one of the more expensive airports, just because it's one of those little rinky-dink town airports. Oh, I love that, Royal. So anyway, there is an airport that is very, very close to the location, like literally 30 minutes away from the location. It's Palm Springs. So Palm Springs is one of those rinky-dink airports. I would do a search through, like, what do you call it? Priceline.com, something like that. Priceline.com, because they'll give you the cheapest rates that are available, or go directly to the airline. This is in September. So it would be Sunday all day, Monday all day. So 2 nights, Sunday night, Monday night, check out at noon on Tuesday. I'm trying to see if we can get Wednesday thrown in there, but I don't know. Y'all probably ain't got as much gangster as I got, because I'm like, I need good 3 days. You feel like days. You feel me? See if we can check out on Wednesday. But most of y'all probably, old or old acting. You feel me? Y'all probably ain't got as much G status as I got. You feel me? Y'all might be on some like, yeah, you know it. I got things to do and responsibilities and shit. So to y'all, y'all might be like, no, that's plenty. Sunday, Monday, and go back home on Tuesday. That sound like good enough. That sound good enough. I'm like, nah, he need to throw in that extra Wednesday and start playing games. I'm gonna need another day. You feel me? But anyway, I digress. For right now, we have it reserved from Sunday to Tuesday afternoon. Okay, so that is okay. All right. So yes, this is the hot springs. This is the 125 acres cradling a freaking giant asphalt line. 2 healing hot springs, 1 cold spring, and 1 lake on the property, all swimmable. And it's 3 houses, and there is room for 25 technically. He said he said he can, navigate a little bit, but for the purpose of the contract, 24 officially. Okay. So and so I need to make a deposit next week to fully reserve the thing. Actually, I'm saying next week, but Friday, this week Friday, a little wiggle room for that, but I have to put something down to hold the space. And because of where it is, like I said, it's 30 minutes outside of Hot Springs. It's 30 minutes on the other side of Morongo Reservation, which is a huge tourist location. So I have to give him something right away. And so I'm gonna send that out to you guys tonight. But that's what I'm thinking is, think that was the way I worked out the math, was that 333 would get you everything that you need, right? It'll be the space, and the space comes with everything. You don't need to bring anything. It's towels. They have a laundry service. you know, shampoo, soaps, all the things. It comes with everything. Each house comes with its own kitchen. Although the way I have always had it set up when we do like ayahuasca ceremony there is that the biggest house is the central location. That's where all the ceremony happens. That's where the big hot spring and the little pond and all that stuff is. The biggest house is the central location. And then there are two smaller houses, right? Each of the two smaller houses, I think houses, let's see, two, I think it's 8 per house, 2, 4. Yeah, yes, it's 8 people per house in the two smaller houses. The biggest house can hold a bunch. It's like 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8. I think it's 12. I think it's 12 that the biggest house has the ability to accommodate. Plus, there is enough space for 2 RVs. There's hookups available for 2 RVs. There is enough space for up to 7 tents if people wanted to do primitive camping on the property. There are showers available and bathrooms, full bathrooms and showers available for those that want to do the primitive camping on the property, which is the lower property where this one of the smaller houses is. But that primitive camping area is literally, so it surrounds that primitive camping area is where the big hot spring is, and also the lake is on the backside of the hot spring. So it's like primitive camping, hot spring, and then lake, and then off a little distance, like not, I don't know, not several yards maybe, is the cold spring. And then that lower area is where you enter, and then you go up to the bigger house. There's also an indoor swimming pool and like a weight room, like a workout room. And where the workout room, it's like a separate house, but that's all it is gutted, and it's a workout room and an indoor swimming pool, and that's it. And then 125 acres of exploratory land with all kinds. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. So anyway, 333 is nothing. That was literally me pricing the bare minimum, which is just food and housing. And housing will be marked out as first come, first serve. So so in the houses, there are actual bedrooms, and those bedrooms are set up as 2 people, 2 bedrooms. Okay, so if you want a whole bedroom to yourself, say you're a person and you just want to be in a bed by yourself, that's cool, I understand it. But the way the place is priced is the assumption of 2 people in each bedroom. Okay. And so if you want a bedroom to yourself, then obviously the price would be still the 333 at the space. So it would be 666. Okay. If you want a bedroom to yourself, that's fine. That can happen. But again, it'll be double because that's how the place is priced. And then there are in those places, there are big, massive, like fold outs, like all the couches are like giant. Now this is open area. So I'm just telling you, I know some of y'all ladies be bougie. There's no judgment. There's no judgment. Just being forthright. I know some of you ladies be bougie. You know, y'all, the idea of primitive camping is like the worst possible nightmare that you can imagine. That, you know what I'm saying? You are looking for, 7-star accommodations out in the desert. This is not that. You understand? And I just need you to know, based on your level of bougie, what is it? The bougie, what's the word I'm looking for? Bougie level of comfortness, that you can book by yourself. But just know this is what it is. You feel me? That however you book, and that's still based on first come, first serve. everybody will be paying $333 minimally, which is nothing. It's nothing. Once you see the space, you're gonna be like, yeah, this is not some shit that I will be making money off of. I literally priced this at a budget that would allow for us to be there, to be together, to have somebody else prepare food for us. So I'm not trying to manage a party get together, because it's not just partying that we're going to be doing. There's something that I want to do there that I don't want to talk about online, but there's something that I want to do there. And it'll be the only thing that will be ceremonial like, because the rest of the time I want to turn up and be partying and shit like that. Okay. But there is something that I want to facilitate there that is not going to be overly consuming or anything like that. But for us to be able to get together, and a lot of us will be the first time that we're getting together, there, the whole thing in my estimation is going to be ceremonial, because the ceremony is the party is the ceremony. That's my personal position. But there's something specific that I would like to do. And, and so we can talk about that more later. But overall, this was the bare minimum that I could get away with charging, and and it be free and clear that I'm able to pay somebody to manage the food, so that it's not something that becomes a part of a task that we take on, or that I'm fucking left managing. I don't want to do that. And then also the accommodations and the cost of what it's going to take to book the place. Because even what he's charging us, y'all, it's really it's really a steal. It's really a steal. What he's charging us is really fucking a steal. It's really a steal. Once you see the place, you'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe this is all we paid. Yeah, it's like that. So anyway, so after I get up, I'm gonna get up off here now. Fine. So let me put my email address in the comments section, so that anybody who I don't have their email address can go ahead and email me tonight, and I'll send this out to everybody. Okay. So Fontello, the email is in the comment section. The other thing I'll say is this, is because everybody is invited. This is not a female event only. Everybody is invited. So depending upon who reaches out first, who responds first, will help me also determine how to organize the sleeping arrangements. If I need to have, if there are going to be partners that are coming, husband and wife and wife, whatever, then y'all can, do the room together. If there are going to be males that are unattached, maybe I can put all the males that are unattached in a separate home. All the females that are unattached, in a separate house, and all the couples or whatever in a house, whatever. So based on who, because like I said, the space is limited, 24 officially. Okay. And depending upon what the response will be, will determine, what he is willing to let slide. You feel me? Like if you're only going to be there for one day, say you just want to come for the actual party process on the said day, feel me? Then maybe, you feel me, there can be a way to allow more people to come who are just going to be there for the party and maybe stay one night. For people who are going to stay for the whole time, cool, whatever. I don't want to overcomplicate it though, because I don't want to be managing a fucking retreat. I want to be having a party. That's what I want to be having, a 2-day party, because essentially that's what's going to be. Sunday and Monday is going to be the party, and then Tuesday we got to be the fuck up out there. Okay, so I ain't trying to manage a retreat. I'm trying to throw myself a half a century motherfucking birthday party. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay, so please don't try to complicate my life. Come for the 2 days if you can, and leave on Tuesday. Please do not try to complicate my life. Okay? Come for the 2 days. Pay for the 2 days, because it ain't shit. And let's enjoy this land and plot and scheme and strategize and do some witchy shit on some witchy land that's on the fault line. Okay? So, all right. This is the same land I told y'all I buried them 7 women on. I buried the 7 women. And for those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, please do not assume that I murdered people and buried them on this land. Okay. We had a dope ass, deep ass ritual last spring equinox where these women allow me to bury them in the dirt, bury them in the earth. And so, yes, this is the same land that I did that on. So anyway, that's all I'm saying. I'm gonna try to pull together this little Eventbrite so I can send it out tonight, since I've been promising it forever. Give y'all a little time. Oh, it's the homie Patrick. How long you been on here? Man, we got to get together. I keep saying that every time I see you up on here. We got to get together. Stat. As a matter of fact, your partner emailed me today. Like, we need to put dates and times on that shit. You feel me? We need to get together this week. Okay? Yes. Yes, Pat. Child, I might enlist your services. Brother Patrick up on here teaches Tai Chi and Qigong. And we might have to do a little morning, what you call it? A sunrise Qigong or sunrise Tai Chi or some shit. Feel me? Anyway. So that reminds me. Yeah, okay. So yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do that tonight. Send that out to y'all. And yeah, maybe we can get together and do like we did last time, drinks and Chinese at y'all crib, because my place is a mess. I ain't inviting nobody to my crib for some time. I need to do a whole ass energetic overhaul on my shit. So yeah, let's do that. Hit me up, Pat. All right, good night, you guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. I will try to post more regularly this week because it's a big week. The 8/8 portal is just in 3 days. It's just in 3 days. It's just in 3 days. Okay, so we need to go ahead and hunker down. The adjustments that I made. Yeah. I got a lot to do tonight. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna do that now. I will see if I can get a I'm gonna see if I can get a DJ for the night of the birthday party. Like when everybody try to get there Sunday. I'll start looking at when y'all can come. If y'all are saying that more of y'all can't show up until Monday, but Sunday is the night that I would like to do the height of the birthday celebration. And that's September 14th. That's September 14th. I mean, because I am turning 50. You feel me? That shit don't even sound right saying it out loud. I mean, I am turning 50. You feel me? So I would like it to be on that night, and then we just spend Monday recovering before we all go home. Feel me? So yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. And I'm gonna try to see if I can like get a DJ. Maybe my sitar teacher will be into like coming and playing. That would be dope. Like Monday, that would be dope. Like Zen meditative, we all recovering from the night before type of thing. And the sitar and his wife plays the sarangi and it's beautiful. And this boy, like, we walking around listening to beautiful music while we swim in the hot springs type of shit. You feel me? Like that sound like a vibe. But Sunday is gonna be the turn up. So yup, mushrooms, no freaking ayahuasca. I don't know why people be wanting to bring ayahuasca to a birthday party, but I had like 3 people be like, "Oh my god, are you gonna have ayahuasca at your birthday party?" Hell no. Hell no. No, hell no. The most crunk is gonna get is some damn mushrooms. We might have some mushroom tea. That's about it. That's as crunk. Now, I ain't babysitting nobody. So that's as crunk as it's gonna get. I ain't supervising nobody. I ain't taking care of nobody. I ain't healing nobody. None of that shit. None of that shit. So I'm gonna have to lay down some laws. Because why so many people talking about ayahuasca at a birthday party, bitch? Hell no. The fuck is you talking about? Weirdos. What's wrong with y'all? That does not sound fun. It does not sound fun at all. Anyway. So anyway, yeah, y'all can bring tequila though. Y'all know that's my drug of choice. Y'all can do that. Y'all can bring some psychedelics, gentle psychedelics. I don't need nobody on a 12-hour acid fucking descent. Okay, no acid. I don't need nobody on a descent in my shit. And I'm telling you, once you feel the witchy energy shit, because you will feel the witchy energy shit up on that land. We was doing ayahuasca one night, and it was like a whole ass light show. Like all the lights in the whole house started flickering. I was like, what the fuck is happening? All of the lights. The lights were off. We had all the lights turned off. All of a sudden, all the lights. He's always talking about how every other day the refrigerator is going out, but it don't just go out. It's like flickering. And he had people come out and check the land, and because he was like, it's just witchy shit. There's spirits on the land. No, his house is on the motherfucker. The houses are on a fault line, and so there is this palpable, evidentiary energy, this electromagnetic energy coming out of the fault line that is causing like these electromagnetic weirdnesses all over the property. And there's witchy shit on the land. Like there's a family of crows that live out there, a massive family of crows, a massive little family of owls, raccoons, coyotes. It's beautiful. It's like being in a foreign country and you can literally see the city right down the street. It's really, really next level. As a matter of fact, crazy side note, what's his name? FDR? Was it FDR? Franklin D. Roosevelt. Yes, it was. Franklin D. Roosevelt was the one that made Desert Hot Springs famous because he had polio. And there was a polio hospital in Desert Hot Springs. And the reason why is because all of the water that goes into all the resorts and all of the hotels, all of it is spring water. All of it is spring water. And so during the height of the polio epidemic in the United States, all these people were sending their kids to this polio hospital in Desert Hot Springs because people were saying that the kids were having breakthroughs. People who had been disabled, kids who were having excruciating pain, kids who could not walk, were staying at this hospital where all the water coming into the hospital was spring water that is consistently warmed by the magma under the fault line. And the water was healing people. Kids were not experiencing pain. People were able to walk and all of this shit. FDR was going once a month to Desert Hot Springs to bathe in these waters in the Hot Springs Hospital, Desert Hot Springs Hospital, to relieve his pain. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Your hair is different when you get out of that water. It's magical shit. It's magical shit. I was really, really fortunate to meet this guy in a way that wasn't just strictly like, a business relationship. Like he was open to like rapping with me the first day we met, because even the people that I went with, he was like, I don't like your friends, but I like you. I don't like your friends, but I like you. You want to come hang out sometime? Just give me a heads up. You can come kick it if you need to get out of the city every now and again. Just bring me mushrooms when you come and we'll call it square. It's really, I have a fortunate life. I really do, with those kind of relationships. So anyway, he's looking out for us. So I'm going to do that tonight. I'm going to get up off of here. I will send it out tonight, and then I will talk to y'all tomorrow, because we need to be, that addition that I read to you to the conspiracy, we need to be adding that this week. We need to be powering up this 8/8 portal shit. We need to be, as Tajali said, flicking the bean while we speaking our conspiracy. If that means we need to download the damn track and play it while we doing what we do to get to that point where we can tap into the orgasmic power matched with our throat chakra. I believe that there is a reason that our vocal cords look like our larynx looks like our cervix. I'm convinced there's a reason that our larynx looks like our cervix. And that's why we have historically called our lower opening a mouth, just like we have called our mouth a mouth. You feel me? And so we need to be harmonizing the two, utilizing the two. If you are quiet in your orgasmic ecstasy, you need to open up your vocal cords while you are, quote, flicking the bean or whatever it is you do to get there. You feel me? No judgment. Tomato, whatever. You feel me? 8-8 portal is power up time. We need to be specific. That's why the addition. We need to be specific. And we need to be focusing the energy, for at least for this week, focusing the energy on the reclamation of what is ours more than we're simultaneously, not more than simultaneously, the reclamation of what is ours in conjunction with the judgment and execution of divine punishment. Together at the same time. Run us our money, run us our abundance, run us our wealth. You feel me? Unhand our shit. We coming for what's ours, and at the same time recognizing that for us to get what's ours, somebody gotta pay. You feel me? Yeah. This week, run us our shit. A good starting point is run us our 8.1. And if run me my 8.1, my sister her 8.1, my mama her cut of the 8.1 for the kids that she gave birth to, my grandmama her cut. Run us our shit. My grandmama had 9 babies. Run her shit. Yes, in the past tense, run her shit so that it can change our present. Run us our shit. Run us our shit. All of it. Every single solitary penny. And when I say run us our shit, I'm not talking about fiat currency. I'm talking about land, talking about gold, talking about resources stolen. Yes, labor stolen. Run us our shit. Run us our shit. In like. Run us our shit. In like. Run us our shit. Run us our shit. Do it willingly. Do it willingly or we will take it. Because doing it willingly is the only even remotely close thing that you will get in terms of a way out of some kind of redemption for yourself in your crimes, is to do it willingly. Run us our shit willingly, because the alternative ain't nice. The alternative ain't pretty. Run us our shit willingly. We might give you a pass. We might stay the Fury's justice. They did the right thing. We might stay their justice. Oh, that's it. Ain't no free passes. Ain't no get out of jail free card. Nope. Somebody gotta pay. All right, so it ain't enough for so-called billionaires to be dropping dead. Run us our shit. And every last one of them, I don't care who they are. If they are a billionaire, I don't care who they are. If they are a billionaire, your actual life, each and every solitary one of you, every one of your lives has been impacted by their existence. All you got to do is find the thread of connection. Every last one of you has been impacted in some way or another. And I'm talking about directly. I ain't even talking about indirectly. Directly by every single billionaire, there is a thread of connection to your very life. The thread is like this. All you got to be doing is looking for the threads. This billionaire, how many threads? How many lives hanging from each one of these threads? How many lives? How many? Because that's the only way the world can look the way that it looks right now. It's the only way that it can exist the way that it exists right now. It's the fact that there are 4,000 billionaires on Earth. That's the only way. And so none of y'all are innocent. None of y'all are there ain't a single solitary billionaire on Earth who is innocent, who is free from guilt, free from blame, free from having caused harm on somebody's life. There ain't a one. Not one. Not one, not one, not one, not one, not one, not one, not one. There's not one. There's not one. Sorry. Some of them billions, that shit hard. That's hard for me to say, but it's still the truth. I love Beyonce. I hate loving Beyonce, but she guilty. I like Rihanna so much, but she guilty. I fuck with Jay-Z. I've always loved Jay-Z music, but he's guilty. And so I'm not playing favorites, bitch. There is not a single billionaire on earth who has not, in some way or another, and all knowingly. That's why I'm saying there is no such thing as a guiltless, a blameless billionaire. That's like an oxymoron. That shit can't even be. There is no such thing. Truthfully, I see that they living on the energies we will or force they will pay. There is not a single billionaire on earth who is not guilty. Yep, they're all guilty. So if you're trying to redeem yourself, bitch, you better clean up your life. You better clean up your money line. You better clean up. That means redemption. That means reparations. That's it. That you have to pay in like with the crime you have committed. This is the only possible way for redemption, is to pay in kind to the crime you have committed. That's some hard shit to hear. I know. There is no such thing as a guiltless billionaire, as an innocent billionaire, as a blameless billionaire. They exist because your life allows it to exist. What do I mean? The exploitation of your wealth, the exploitation of your money, the reason your ass pay taxes and they motherfucking asses don't. That's exploitation. Because somebody got to pay them taxes. And if it's not going to be the people who can afford to pay the taxes, who they going to excise it from? Who they going to bleed it from? The already poor, the already suffering. The reason your asses pay taxes at all is because billionaires exist. Y'all know that's my line. The reason your sex life sucks is because billionaires exist. Yup. The reason men are shitty human beings is because billionaires exist. Oh my gosh. The reason men are laying lousy pipe is because billionaires exist. I'm trying to give y'all men a way out. The reason that your pipe game is lousy is because you stress the fuck out. You stress the fuck out because billionaires exist. Yup, I'm trying to give y'all a way out too. Understand? Sex would be blissful if you ain't have to worry about bills. You ain't have to worry about the fact that your ass got to be a homosexual because you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. And so you need to vamp off the next bitch to sleep on her couch and maybe lay some lousy pipe every now and again to pacify her. I'm trying to save y'all life too. Y'all, it don't sound like it sometimes, but I want the best for y'all too, man. When y'all act right. Feel me? And the only way y'all gonna act right is the only way a lot of women gonna act right. Is for us to be egalitarian society where we have what is owed us. Yes, it is owed me. Why? Because the mother wills it so. Why? Because I was born. Why? Because my mama consecrated my existence with holy water and holy blood. That's why I deserve what I claim. Is what the fuck I say. That's why. It's my mother's will. That's why. Who am I to say that I can articulate my mother's will? Because I say so. Because I'm God incarnate. Because I went through the most holy of ceremonies on the face of the planet. So did. And it wasn't ayahuasca, bitch. It was living in my mama's body, swimming in her holy waters. Emerging from the deep, dark, ancestral, beautiful bliss of those sacred waters to emerge something new and peculiar. Yeah. That's what gives me the right. That's what gives me the nerve. That's what gives me the audacity. Yeah, is what the fuck I say. The reason I don't live in my dear LA is because of billionaires. The reason that your dreams can currently not be fulfilled is because billionaires exist. Your dreams are the catalyst for the creation of their dreams. Your dreams get absorbed to give life to their shit, to give life to their dreams, to give life to their opulence. Your dreams have been gobbled up by them bitches. Yes. So whatever your dreams are, it's because you can't have them because billionaires exist. And we gonna have to reconcile that shit if we expect that our manifestation rituals are gonna work. That billionaires can't exist for if people are to be able to be their best selves, to achieve their most secret desires, to be the best version of humanity that they can be. Billionaires can't exist. Nope. Doesn't mean they can't live, bitch. It just means they can't exist. You can't be no billionaire, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how much you think your genius you think entitles you to. Not if the genius in your head you think entitles you to something that comes at the expense of somebody else, you wrong. And we ain't having it. And that's why they don't want the mother to reemerge, because they know she ain't having it. She ain't having it. It ain't nobody thriving off anybody else. Ain't nobody thriving at somebody else's expense. Not on my motherfucking watch. Nope. There's enough for everybody. There is enough not only for everybody to quote exist, for everyone on earth to live well. Not opulently, well, happily, peacefully, satisfied, with no need, with no necessity, without labor. That's a discussion I know y'all ain't gonna be comfortable with, because y'all have been convinced that to have a good job is the only evidence of a person being a good person and having integrity, is their willingness to work hard and to persevere. And I'm trying to tell you, we can create a world where labor is no longer needed for survival. Your ability to work is no longer required for you to live well and abundantly. And that ain't no shit y'all comfortable with, because y'all really believe you're supposed to work hard for a living. You're supposed to, quote, earn your right to exist on the planet you were born onto. And that the only reason that anybody would dream up something like artificial intelligence and the animation of the workforce is to liberate you from a place of labor. That's the only reason it should exist, is to liberate you from the need for labor. That you don't have to earn your right to live on the planet you incarnated on. And your mother ain't never told you no shit like that any goddamn way. Now you got to pay me because you got life. Now you got to work hard for the rest of your life because I let you live here. That ain't your mama shit. That ain't your mama shit. That ain't your mama line. And so y'all gonna have to get comfortable with the idea that Queen QB, boo, you listen, girl. That could be a whole motherfucking work 4-day symposium. Boo. she said, right. Don't want to overthrow this biatch. Don't want to overthrow this biatch, because who will give us jobs? Child. I had a girl so I told y'all I spoke the stupid thing out loud to one person. And to one person. And she said, I hear what you're saying, but like, we need governments. And this woman's sharp. She's sharp. I said, that's your response to what I just told you? That's your response? The first thing she said. I said, first of all, did I say we don't need governments? In anything I just told you, did I say we don't need governments? Well, I'm just saying, we have to have governments where all of the resources can be focused in the government to disseminate, in an equitable way. I said, has that ever happened? In the whole of the history that you are aware of, has that ever existed? A government where all the quote resources are funneled into the government to disseminate equity. Has that ever existed? Has government ever functioned in that way? Ever? That you know of? Has any government anywhere on earth ever functioned in the way that you talking about to conclude that we quote need government to disseminate. We can't expect that we can rule ourselves. That's what she said. We cannot expect that we can rule. What is the historical basis for this assessment that you have just made? That governments will always do a better job than, quote, the idea that we could rule ourselves? I said, "What shot?" I said, "Where is this coming from?" I was perplexed. I was perplexed. Not her. This bitch is a witch. And I don't say that shit lightly. This bitch is a powerful motherfucker. You feel me? Like, her witch game is raw. It's raw. I'm like, yeah. And I had to win it with her. I was like, bitch. I said, because she was born and raised Catholic. And so it was, even though she wasn't a practicing Catholic, it was like that Catholic shit was still in her. When I started, because she was one of the first women I met when I got to California. And she is a political activist. And so I said, but you realize you a witch, right? She was like, I'm not a witch. I said, did you take that as a slur? She was like, well, what do you mean? She clutched her pearl. She was like, I'm not a witch. I said, bitch, yes, you is. I said, yes, you is. I said, have you never taken notice to the shit that happens around you? And I mean, y'all, radical shit that happens around this woman. I was like, you ain't never taken a mental note about shit that you call a coincidence that is like extraordinary? She was like, well, I just focus really hard on what I want to make happen. What I believe I can make happen. I said, that's why I said, bitch, you a witch. But I'm not a witch, though. I'm not a bad person. I said, is that what I said? Is that what you heard me say? Is that your conclusion? Is to be a witch is to be a bad person? I said, child, when I say this girl, I could tell you story after story in 7 years, going on 8 years. This girl can literally open her mouth. I mean, quick shit. Baby, I can tell you shit, yo. God damn. I'm like, girl, you got to be careful. She is one of them motherfuckers who really have to be careful about what she say when she open her mouth. She really do. It's, when I say it's like that, I've met several women like that. Now, I'm a witchy ass bitch. You feel me? I make shit happen. But I still struggle in areas. And I know that's my own doing. It's my own shit that I'm still trying to reconcile. But this motherfucker right here, there are several women in my life. And I'm like, y'all more than anybody have to be really careful about what you letting loose out your lips. Because this girl, she opened her mouth and shit is happening like that. All the time. I'm like, mm-mm. And so I'm like, look, I'm coming to your house tonight. Is that cool? She's like, yeah, let's go. And I'm putting down what I'm gonna tell y'all. The 411 on the crazy thing, the crazy, stupid, insane thing that I'm about to do. And she's like, She listening, I'm running down the. She's like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop right there. Now I need your feedback. Don't ponder on it. Just what's your immediate, what you think immediately. Well, I like it. I like a lot about what you're saying. I'm getting some ideas. Yeah, I like it. I just want to say though, we need government. Child, when I say perplexed, I say, where the fuck did that come? We need government. You know, somebody has to rule because we can't govern ourselves. I said, girl, please stop talking. Ooh, stop. Just stop. Don't say no more. Because I'm telling y'all, this the witchy bitch who makes shit happen every time she loose words out of fucking mouth. Stop talking for a minute. Just pump the brakes. Just pump the brakes. Y'all laughing, but I was up in there fucking undone. I was undid. Okay, I was undid. The fuck is you talking about, girl? I said, wait. Rewind the whole conversation that I just had. And how is this the first thing you saying in response to what I told you? Like how that shit match? How it's on the same plane? How is it in the same book? Not on the same page. How is it in the same book? Your response based on what I told you. It ain't even in the same book. I'm confused. I'm dismayed and bewildered. I'm confused. I was like, don't you be speaking no motherfucking smells on my plan, bitch. No. Stop talking. Stop talking. That's okay. Yes, housewife. Yeah, that's what I'm telling y'all, man. The other thing is how to playful accordingly, because this girl is my rider. She fuck with me. She love me. You feel me? But it's good that this is the first person that I told, because it makes me understand how to appropriately place people based on their understanding, based on their political worldview, because of its immaturity or whatever, right? Based on their level of unity, whether that's spiritual unity or political unity, it allows me to say, okay, cool, I see where you at. I was thinking this thing for you. I was thinking this role this way for you. But now that we've had this conversation, I see that this is not going to be the appropriate and most useful way to use your skills and your power as the witchy bitch that you is. This ain't the space. The space that I had in mind for you is not the space where you are going to thrive the most. It might be over here where you have the ability to thrive the most without, because of your understanding, your worldview, or lack of political understanding, you have the potential, not deliberately, but you have the potential to sabotage what it is I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? In your lack of understanding in terms of where I'm coming from in this space, it might backfire because you have the ability to set shit off in real time. And I don't need that type of energy, that kind of like borderline pessimistic, oh, we still have to live within the comfort and the confines of our enemies. I don't need that in this space, because your ass will sabotage some shit and not even mean to. You just opening your mouth, loosen your lips on some shit based on your limited, narrow understanding of the world, and you might end up sabotaging what the fuck I'm trying to do. And I can't afford that. But I believe you. I believe you love me. I believe that you down with what I'm talking about. But I mean, I just got this motherfucker to accept the fact that she a witch a half a second ago. She was like, no, I'm really embracing it now. Like I didn't understand when you was telling me back in the day. But now yeah, I see it. See, girl, let me show you what had happened. And she be sending me shit. She's like, oh my God, can you believe this? I was like, yeah, I can believe this because I've been telling your ass for 7 motherfucking years that your ass is a goddamn witch, bitch. Yeah, I can believe it. Shit. You feel me? So I love to see people come into their own. I love to see people like really embrace their power. It be pissing me off that it take your ass so long to believe me because it's coming from me. I know that's why it is, by the way. Because she ain't the first one I done put on game about her fucking witchy ass abilities. If it was coming from a motherfucker with a penis, she'd be like, my leader, my teacher told me that I have witchy power. It'd be a non-issue, child. But it take me motherfucking 5 years to convince your ass that you actually a powerful motherfucker. And because it's coming from me, you can't accept it. But let me have a penis in a motherfucking buzz cut. Your ass will be like, my teacher told me I'm a very powerful person. It happens so often. It happens so often. But listen, I ain't got no stakes in patriarchy, bitch. So I love to see my little babies blossom and bloom, even if they be having a hard time giving a bitch credit for they blossoming and blooming. I just love to see them take their little baby wings and attempt to go off in the world and do their thing. You feel me? I'm trying to give y'all a word. No, it's real, Phoenix Rising. It's happened so many times. It's happened so many times. That race nationalism shit is deep. It's so deep. It's so deep. It's so deep. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna continue to tell y'all, because most of us up on here melanated as fuck. You feel me? And I'm gonna tell y'all something else. The reason that I am struggling this hard, the reason that y'all struggling this hard is because we Black. I'm gonna forever say it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Because my ass is brilliant. I am amazed by my brilliance most days. Even on my down days, baby. Even when I am laid low, baby, even when I'm laying in my bed looking at the ceiling, dumb scrolling on my motherfucking phone, I'm like, God damn, I'm up here being extra lazy today, but I'm still a brilliant motherfucker, man. Just laying on my bed doing nothing. I'm up in here brilliant as fuck. Like, I'm a goddamn genius up in this bitch. On my worst day, I'm a genius. And so it has occurred to me that the reason that we struggle and the reason that we suffer is because we genius. Is because we Black ass bitches. Our power is boundless. That shit is intimidating as fuck. And so the society has to be created in a way to subdue and corral and crush power. Crush power before it begins to realize itself. Because if I was teaching y'all verbatim, word for word, like a script, the way I be teaching y'all, and I had a penis and no titties and a buzz cut, I'd be abundant beyond. I mean, I would already have several buildings in the city. I would already have several buildings fully paid for, because I just want to support your vision. I just believe in your vision, and I just want to contribute to your vision. It would already be done. It would already be done. I'm just trying to tell you. It'd already be done. Because there ain't no shortage. Not that I need it. Not that I need it. But there is no shortage. There is no shortage of people. There is no shortage of people in every place I've ever been who have not said the exact words, "Oh my God, you are brilliant." And act surprised. Why are you surprised, motherfucker? First of all, I mean, of course, I will accept the compliment. But why are you surprised, bitch? I am Black and female. I can't be the only Black and female motherfucking genius you know. That's highly unlikely. Your ass, what's more likely is your ass is probably surrounded by Black female genius that you continue to reduce. I'm just the loudest Black brilliant bitch. I ain't gonna let you sleep on my Black brilliance. You feel me? Everybody else trying to be, have a modicum of decorum, a modicum of humility and the expression of their genius. That ain't me. That ain't me. Not over here. Not on this day. Nope. That ain't me. No, that's not me. That's not me. That's not me. Oh my God, Cassandra, you are brilliant. You are amazing. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you recognizing. Mm-hmm. There ain't no shortage. But these declarations of my brilliance and my genius, I'm going to need that shit to come with dividends attached to it like you would any other motherfucker. My goddaughter just called me to tell me that her ex-partner just transitioned. He passed away a couple of weeks ago. This was the brother I was telling y'all about. He was young. I mean, he was young, and he was young for his age to have died the way that he did. He was like 60, maybe. But anyway, this was the brother I was telling y'all about, that when she met him, he was living off of, I forget what it's called, but it's like one of those, it's like a fellowship. It's one of the bigger fellowships. It's like an enormous, it's like one of the big name. I can't remember the name of it, and it's big. I can't remember the name. It's a big one. Like everybody knows it. As soon as you know it, as soon as you hear it, you'll be like, oh yeah. It's like a big fellowship. Specifically for creatives, writers in particular. Like writers are the people that have most often gotten this fellowship. Anyway, he was the winner of this fellowship when she met him. And I was like, oh, that's dope. Like, you know, so they're gonna basically, the fellowship is enough to quote pay for everything, pay for your life, your bills, your car, everything you need while you do nothing but are free to create. I was like, oh, that's dope. How much was the fellowship for? $250,000 fucking dollars. $250,000. We just need you to focus on expressing your genius for the next 2 years. Don't worry about anything. Your bills, your apartment, nothing. We just want to see you thrive, to express your genius. Okay. It was crazy because I was just telling y'all about him a few weeks ago, and she called me last week to tell me he had transitioned. He had passed away, which was unfortunate. He was really brilliant. He was really brilliant. He had issues, child, because men who become brilliant become problematic, at least while patriarchy remains. Men who become brilliant while patriarchy remains are problematic. But anyway, I was telling y'all that because this is the period for our genius to be supported. Black female women's genius to be supported. Because we already know what the outcome is. When Black female genius is supported, everybody around them comes the fuck up. Everybody. Friends, lovers, organizations, cheering. They start adopting babies. You know what I'm saying? It's like they start feeding the people programs, building schools and shit. Every time Black women's genius is supported, everybody thrives, baby. Everybody comes the fuck up. And ain't this the world we say we trying to create? Ain't this the world? So now we need y'all to trust what you already know is evidentiary. It ain't even like this is some shit your ass got to what's what I'm looking for? This ain't even no shit you got to reason out if and when and could it possibly, this is the theory and we don't have you have perpetual, unending, uninterrupted evidence that every time Black women come up, guess what? Everybody around them is coming the fuck up. Every time, all the time. Every single fucking time, all the time. Child, even when Black women doing dirt, bitch, even when Black women fucking committing crimes like robbing banks or scamming taxes or whatever, as soon as they come up, bitch, they trying to put you on, they trying to give money, they trying to donate, they trying to solve problems. Now, to know a Black woman who got a goddamn tax scheme, and the first thing she doing is like, bitch, I'm putting all my kids in the private school. Okay, I'm trying to give all my babies the benefits that these other rich motherfuckers, these white collar crime committing motherfuckers be giving their children. I want my babies to have the same opportunity. I'm gonna pay upfront in cash for all my children's education in a private goddamn school. With unending access to tutors and all of that shit. I'm telling you from personal experience, I know a motherfucker who did that personally. All three of her kids paid in cash upfront for their entire because she was like, I don't know how long this shit gonna last. Let me go ahead and dump all this money into their goddamn education. I ain't have no decent education. I'm gonna make sure my baby's got a decent education. Let me get my tax flip on. Let me get my tax flip on so I can at least make sure that my babies get the fuck up out these bastions of hatred with a better education and better opportunities to come up the right way. So let me go ahead and commit these little crimes. I'm trying to tell y'all, hold up. Yes, child. So anyway, now I'm definitely gonna get the fuck up. These earrings is fabulous though, and it looks so good with my freshly colored hair, child. Now wait till I get all this new growth tightened down, child. I'm gonna be stunting on y'all in a couple of days. You feel me? I'm stunting on y'all. I might even weave some money into my hair. Shit. But that should be a whole ass process. I'll be up in here for 8 hours a day for the next 5 days trying to finish my hair, child. But I might weave. I don't know though. You know what I'm saying? This 8/8 portal shit. You know what I'm saying? I might have to put some money in my hair. I might have to weave some money up in my hair. I think I'm gonna have to weave some money up in my hair. But anyway, let me get up off here. It's already 1:11. Good night. I'm gonna get to it and I'm gonna send this out to y'all. All right, peace. I'll see y'all tomorrow or today or whatever.